Good morning, dear friends. Or should I say good afternoon, or even good night for some of you. Welcome to you all. Saving the world with fork and knife, the theme of this two-day conference on animal politics. So glad you could join us and so looking forward to working together. Through the internet, I can see some of you, we are connected. And isn't it amazing that people from all around the world, from Japan to Argentina, from Zimbabwe to Algeria, and from the US, from Europe, are all joined in this conference at this very moment. You are invited to join us, and we, as the Animal Politics Party from the Netherlands, are your host. Live from Amsterdam, we'll be presenting you a nice program on which I will tell you later. And I encourage you to participate actively in the conversations we are going to have. And I'll tell you later how you can do that. My name is Else Boshart, and I'm looking to my side. I'm chair of the Animal Politics Foundation, and my colleague Barbara van Genne and I will be your host for the upcoming days. So you've seen her, you will see her later. At the start of this weekend, it's an honor to welcome you and to congratulate you. Whatever it is that made you decide to be with us today, we are united in our care for the world, the care we have for animals, the care we have for nature, for climate change, the care we have for our planet and all its inhabitants, for the well-being of animals, for their right to be free of pain and fear, for the right to live their lives in peace. The central theme of this conference, Saving the World with Fork and Knife, offers us plenty of possibilities to explore the solutions that are necessary to turn around climate change, to restore biodiversity, and to free animals from the human food chain. So I congratulate you, because you care, because you want to make a difference. Thank you for joining us. You are invited to participate in this conference by the Animal Politics Foundation, and this is the foundation, is the international division of the Partij for the Animals in the Netherlands. And our aim is as simple as it is ambitious. We strive to cooperate with animal welfare and animal rights activists all around the world in order to establish political parties for the animals all around the world. And that is coming along quite well. In 2006, the Partij for the Animals gained 2 seats in the Dutch parliament, a novelty. We were the first party representing the interests of the entire planet and all its inhabitants around the world, both human and animal. And today there are over 20 parties for animals around the world. We all know that the time for action is now. And once you realize that 2/3 of all biomass on Earth consists of livestock, that's animals on farms, you know in which direction we need to look for solutions to solve the climate crisis and to solve the biodiversity crisis. So we invited many experts. We'll introduce them all to you later. On ecology, on ecocide, on pandemics, on health, on community change and transition, on lobbying and on politics, of course. And they will tell us about their view on the food system and how to change. In the master classes, you'll be able to get into discussions on those solutions and on strategy to work on the political and behavioral change the world needs so desperately. Today, while listening to our speakers, you can participate. You're invited to post all your comments and your questions in the chat. You're connected through Zoom, so you can use the chat for whatever you wish to share with us and to share with everybody. And when you're using social media, please use the hashtags. You can see them on your screen, Food Revolution and Team Planet. Of course, we could think of many more, but those are the two we want to use and we want to see all around the world. I wish you a very fruitful, nourishing, and rewarding conference. Now let me tell you what to expect today and tomorrow. Today will be mainly lectures and talks, and tomorrow will be more masterclasses in which you can interact. And the talks are going to be public, and they are going to be broadcast through Facebook and YouTube. So everybody who wants to join, if you know people around you, please invite them to join us through Facebook and YouTube. I'd like to show you the program for the next days. Yeah, so here we are today, starting in a few minutes with a lecture by Esther Ouwehand, the party leader of the Partij voor the Animals, followed by Q&A, and that will be the rhythm we're taking. We have a lecture, and then we have Q&A, and then we have a small break. And after Esther, we'll listen to Elsa Miedema. She's a historian. I'll introduce her later. We'll have a small coffee break, and then we'll continue with our morning program, and that'll be a lecture by Dr. Helen Harwood. I'll introduce her on food and the ecological and climate crisis, a Q&A, and then it's time for lunch. And after lunch, we'll have a masterclass by Jojo Mehta and our Member of Parliament, Lambert van Raan, on ecocide and food. And maybe you can see the next slide for the rest of the day. There'll be an interview between Kees Kruithof and Sophie Cavani, a journalist, and they'll be talking about the changes needed from a former CEO of Unilever, one of the main companies in the world on food, and he changed his way of working and his business to help solve climate change. So it's very interesting. We'll have a small coffee break in the mid-afternoon, and then followed by a wrap-up. And that's the end of the official program, but don't go away then, because we have a very interesting and nice pub quiz for you, which will be presented later on in the day. So that's the program for today. I'll inform you about what we're going to do tomorrow. You have it all in writing, so you can at any time look at it and see where you're most interested in which things you want to participate. But I invite you to join us throughout the day and to stay posted. It's going to be very nice. So that's about what we're going to do today. And now it's time to introduce our first speaker. I wouldn't call her a guest speaker, because we've known each other for a very long time and we're part of the same movement. But she's already standing here, and I can see her, and you can see her on the picture. And one thing is, although we can't hear you, maybe we can congratulate her. I congratulated you for being here today, but she has a very special thing to celebrate, because yesterday, and maybe you can join us already, yesterday...
Hello, everyone. Hi, Elsa. Thank you for inviting me.
You were a member of parliament for 5,000 days yesterday.
5,000
so please,
days.
people. I can't imagine what it must have been like, and it sounds so, well, enormous.
I am so proud to be
Yeah.
a member of this worldwide movement, to be the political voice for so many people who are striving for animal rights and protecting of nature. And we are able to be the political voice for those people. And I have had that honor for 5,000 days now. So let's go for 5,000 more.
Oh, please, Esther, please do. Because Esther, she and Marianne Thieme came into parliament in 2006. And from last year on, Esther has been the party leader for the Partij voor the Animals in the Netherlands. But she's going to tell you a lot more about what ecoism means. And the floor is yours, Esther. I can't add anything to that.
Thank you so much, Elsa.
A warm round of applause for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dear friends. And I'm so delighted to see you all, albeit it's online because of the pandemic. But it's lovely to see familiar faces, new faces. And as I said, I'm very proud to be part of this movement because the political movement for animal rights, the Partij for the Animals in the Netherlands and all the sister parties around the world is a sign of the times. It's a sign that change is coming. And I'm very proud of our international success. I'm very proud of our bond that we're working as a global movement. I would like to share with you some successes of our sister parties, like the Animal Justice Party in Australia. They have called for stronger punishment for animal abusers in New South Wales. And they also ended breeding programs for dolphins, whales, and porpoises used for entertainment. This is an amazing success and example for the rest of the world. So a warm applause for the Animal Justice Party in Australia. Yeah. Yes. And our Portuguese sister party, PAN, has booked an historic win when its bill to ban shooting live birds for sport was passed in the Portuguese parliament. Well done to PAN, and a warm round of applause for them. Woo! Our Cypriot sister party, Animal Party Cyprus, ensured that a special police unit is set up to tackle cases of animal abuse. And in this introduction, I would like to congratulate all of us by the success that was booked in the European Parliament, where the grassroots movement of European citizens who are striving for animal rights took up the petition to call for an end of the cage age. So our Member of Parliament, Anja Hazekamp, worked together with the other animal rights parliamentarians in the European Parliament, and they passed it. So now the European Commission has to come up with legislation to ban all cages in animal farming. It is a huge breakthrough, and again, a sign that change is coming. We are the first political movement worldwide and the first political party that chooses a completely different perspective from the mainstream political system. We choose not to start with thinking and reasoning from a Western perspective, from the short-term economic interests of human beings, but we choose an ecocentric approach. We start by wondering, what do other species need? In what way can we live in harmony with our surroundings, with our environment, and with the animals that we share our world with? It's a completely unique perspective, and I am convinced that this unique perspective is the ground for our success, because it is a political translation of a movement that had been going on in society for a long, long time. It is grassroots. Throughout history, people have protested this egocentric approach that policies and the decision that politics are making are only regarding human interest and are completely disregarding the interests of our environment, of nature, of animals, our climate. And where we are today with the climate crisis exploding in front of our eyes, with the biodiversity crisis that seems unsolvable, we can conclude that the old ways of thinking, the old approach of the political parties that are not parties for the animals, just isn't working for the resolvement of those challenges that we face. And the biggest lesson, the biggest wake-up call might be the extreme changes in our environment with the amazing blasts in Australia that we saw with the bushfires, but recently the extreme heat waves in Canada. But it also is obviously the pandemic that broke loose. It has been said that the coronavirus was the pandemic that has brought modern civilization to its knees. And in a way, it did, because the world was completely in its grip, and there was a tremendous human suffering, great economic crisis, people suffering from the illness itself or suffering from the economic results of losing their jobs and being in great uncertainty. So the human cost is enormous. And this is one of the symptoms of what can happen if we don't change our perspective, if we keep disregarding animals, nature, and the climate. And governments around the world, including the government in the Netherlands, said that the coronavirus and the pandemic was a black swan. The black swan is a metaphor that was invented by Nassim Taleb, the Lebanese-American businessman, who described it as a situation in your economic system that you could not foresee. He said, a black swan is an outlier, as it lies outside the realm of regular expectation, because nothing in the past can convincingly point to its possibility. And second, he said, it carries an extreme impact. Well, coronavirus was indeed had an increasingly extreme impact, but it was not without the realm of possibilities, because virologists and scientists around the world have been warning about the way we treat animals, the way we treat nature, and that it poses an increasing risk for a zoonotic pandemic to occur. Corona was originated in China, where the disease passed from animal to human. And virologists and scientists around the world have been warning about this risk. And they said it's not a matter of will it happen, this new disease, but when and where. And the funny thing is that referring to the corona crisis as a black swan gives governments the opportunity to evade their responsibility, to pretend like there's nothing we could do about it. Well, there is. And the funny thing is that although the metaphor of the black swan is inappropriate for the coronavirus because it was expected, and if we don't change, we will have more pandemics like this one, something about the metaphor was right, and that it has something to do with animals. So it's our job to point out to governments, to society, that there's something to be done. And that is our message of hope. If we don't want to end up in another pandemic like the corona crisis, we need to change. And we can change. That is the message of hope. So let's use this as a wake-up call. Like Dr. Jane Goodall said so profoundly, the pandemic is a result of humans' disregard for and the mistreatment of animals and nature. And we are all interconnected. If we don't get that lesson from this pandemic, then maybe we never will. My call to you, to the government in the Netherlands and to the governments worldwide is, let's use this lesson, because it's a symptom. It's a symptom of what can happen if we don't stop treating animals and nature the way we do. We won't be able to solve the climate crisis if we don't stop animal agriculture. We won't be able to stop the biodiversity crisis if we don't stop animal agriculture. We won't be able to protect ourselves and our loved ones from future pandemics if we don't stop animal agriculture. So it's a powerful message, and the good news is that worldwide the movement for change is growing. I met Greta Thunberg a couple of years ago, who is the most perfect example of this saying that you can never doubt that you are, or you can never think that you might be too small to make a change. Look at this girl who started on her own a climate strike at the parliament of the country she lived in Sweden. She has brought the worldwide climate movement to a completely next level. worldwide, people followed her example. Worldwide, people, young people, old people, and everything in between started to go on climate strikes. She has managed to be a speaker on the United Nations platform. She talks to political leaders around the world. And she did that by starting on her own as a 15-year-old girl protesting at her government. So the hope is that the awareness is growing, and the hope is also that it's not just a civil movement, but there are political parties who are the voice of this movement for change. I mentioned that in the European Parliament we had a huge success, along with the other successes of our sister parties, by getting the European Parliament and the European Commission to speak out against keeping animals in animal agriculture in cages. In the Netherlands and in other European countries, we have ended farming animals for fur, which is another big breakthrough and a sign of the times that change is coming. And it's also good to realize that when change is coming, there will be turbulence. In the Netherlands, for example, our government is completely in a crisis because the crisis I just mentioned, climate, the preservation of nature, protecting biodiversity, but also taking care of animals the way we should, are unresolved. And because brave citizens went to court and the judges ordered in favor of the citizens and not in favor of the government, they need to act. And obviously, that's a good sign. But the turbulence also implies that there will be protests. So we have seen many protests from farmers in the Netherlands who came to the city where our parliament is housed with their tractors and disrupting the whole country, even to a point when, and this is kind of funny really, that Jacinda Ardern, is the Prime Minister of New Zealand, said to our Prime Minister, "Wow, do you have a great agricultural exhibition in your country?" Well, no, Jacinda, it is a protest, and every tractor in the Netherlands came to the city where our parliament is housed, because obviously for farmers this change can be very threatening. And we understand that farmers are locked in a system that their governments put them in, force them to invest in all kinds of technological innovations, instead of being told the truth and the change that we have to go through, that we need to change our food system to a more plant-based food system, that we need to phase out animal agriculture in order for the farmers to have a sustainable future. So don't be scared when the turbulence is going on, because it's part of the change, and we need to work together and also pose some perspective for the farmers, that the future will be plant-based and that we need farmers to help in this sustainable plant-based future. The turbulence that we might see around us now is very much needed. Things will change and need to change because the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis are at the level or the break of tipping points. And the good news is that the resistance from citizens, helped by the judges who rule in their favor, is growing as well. And as the Netherlands might be one of the countries in the European Union that is one of the worst countries when it comes to changing to renewable energy sources, when it comes to animal agriculture. No other country has more animals in animal agriculture as the Netherlands, when it comes to biodiversity laws. So we're not doing well as a country, but what we are doing very well is that our citizens are going to court and they win historic cases like Urgenda, who won the climate case. That is an example for citizens around the world to go to court as well, to make their governments take the appropriate measures against climate change. The same goes for biodiversity. The same goes for the case against Shell. So while there's a lot of work to be done in the Netherlands, there are great successes as well, which are important for our movement around the globe. And I end by saying that because of the success, our party, the Partij voor the Animals, has realized in a couple of months even since the last elections. We had elections this year, and we had a great result. Our party grew with 50% in number of seats in the parliaments, and we immediately used this new greater power in parliament to make some legislative changes for the animals. So aside from the changes that are because of the awareness that the pandemic urges us to change, urges us to listen to the experts who recommend our government to drastically cut down the number of animals in our farming system to reduce the risk of a new zoonotic pandemic. We also achieved legislative changes that are a huge step forward to protect animals in a better way than we did. So let's take heart from these changes, from this progress that we're making. I hope that we'll have a great weekend in discussing with each other what the future can look like, what the future should look like. It's the only future that is sustainable, changing the way we eat. It's as easy as that. We can save the world with our fork and our knife. And I'm very, very happy and very proud to be part of this movement and to be part of this weekend where we can work together to make that change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Esther. Yes, may
Let's
I
have a
invite you
seat.
to
Yes.
take a seat, and then we'll I'll have some questions. I'll look at the tablet and see who wants to go first, and we can have a little chat.
Let's do so.
Yeah, I really need my glasses for this. Here's first question from Zimbabwe. I'll read it out. Zimbabwe is continuously shipping baby elephants and not other species undercover to China for zoos. What assistance can we get? Oh, it's gone. Oh, help. The question is gone. It's gone from my screen, sorry. What assistance can we get from parties from the animals for the animals worldwide to stop this?
Well, it's a good question. The thing we achieved as the Partij voor the Animals in the Netherlands is that because of the pandemic that broke out, we continue to point our government and made people aware that the international trade of animals is one of the risks as well. So because of animal welfare, for the rights of animals and the biodiversity that we need to protect, the parties for the animals in the Netherlands and the other parties for the animals obviously will promote policies that end the trade of animals worldwide. So we will continue to do that from the European Parliament, from the Dutch Parliament, from the other parties of animals. I assume to make sure that we end the livestock, the wildlife trade.
Yeah, big, huge problem as well, and especially in African countries where, of course, elephants are under enormous threat. Yes.
Yeah, and it needs to stop. So it's.
Yeah.
Thank you for this question.
Yeah, important. Then another question. We can go anywhere,
Yeah.
as we notice. A question from Poland. In a world where agriculture is becoming a political battleground, animal welfare and sustainability are becoming weapons of populists and opponents of change. How should we convince people that animal rights and the elimination of animals from the food chain are necessary without further polarization? Yeah.
Well, it's
it's happening, right?
It is.
Sometimes.
It is. And one of the scientist that I quote in my book actually points this out as well, that when you are looking from a scientific point of view, eating plants, it's safer than eating animals. If you want to prevent a pandemic, it's just the safest thing to do. But he also says, it's Earl Brown from Canada, who is a leading expert on this kind of viruses. He also says it's so sad that it's so politicized, because when you look at it with reason, it's the safest thing to do, and it's completely obvious that we should change. But my advice will be to address all the issues that are involved with animal agriculture. We cannot solve the climate crisis if we keep on with this animal industry. We cannot solve the biodiversity crisis. And also, we cannot feed the world. Because one of the misconceptions that has to, get out of the way is that animal agriculture is producing food. They are wasting food. So with the protest that I talked about in the Netherlands, we saw these big signs of farmers who said, no farmers, no food. No farmers, no food. That's true. But animal agriculture points us and leads us in the way of where we cannot feed the world. So we need to change to a plant-based diet. So from a human interest perspective, there are a lot of arguments to be made to help break this politicized situation that we're in.
Yeah. So your advice would be to not be discouraged by polarization.
Do not be discouraged.
And use it to your advantage.
Yes, yes. So
Yes.
if someone says to you, well, no farmers, no food, you can say, that's completely correct. And we need farmers to produce the plant-based food that we can feed the world with. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I have another question here from the UK. We are a small group of volunteers taking legal action against the UK government, on which you were talking from the Netherlands, for not protecting people from the health risks of factory farming. We have filed for a court case. Given the action is against the government, how do you recommend we go about getting support from MPs, please?
Yes. Well, I think that the pandemic has taught us that when the crisis is imminent and urgent and right at our doorstep, governments seem to be able at once to act. So when the pandemic broke out, all governments in the world, some circumstances, of some exceptions, they said we need to take drastic measures because we need to protect the health of our citizens. So this argument cannot go away when the crisis is not as imminent as when the pandemic is already there. So what we do, and hopefully in the UK there are MPs as well, who know that this argument is valid on any given day, not only when there is a pandemic, but also when factory farms are threatening the health of humans living nearby. So I would ask those MPs if they feel that human health is more important than economic interests. I would point out what the health risks are. For example, in the Netherlands, people living nearby goat farms are experiencing a far more higher risk of having pneumonia than people who are not near a goat farm. So MPs should be vulnerable to this argument and should be vulnerable to the argument that whatever you do, public health is more important than economic interest.
Yes, thank you. There's another question from Serbia. If you had a chance to propose one first step towards the animal liberation in the blueprint for post-capitalism, what would that be? One first step.
Well, the biggest step is obviously ending animal exploitation.
Yes.
As a whole. I think if I have to choose, this will be the one, because recently we had a great success by improving the legislation that is supposed to protect animals, but the very best protection is not to be born in animal agriculture at all. So stopping the breeding of animals for a life that leads to the slaughter is the best animal rights measure that one can take.
Yes. Saves most lives.
It saves the most lives and the
Yes.
most harm to animals.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're coming to a last question, and this one is from Zimbabwe again. Thank you for
Zimbabwe.
joining us so actively. Very good.
Very good.
How have you managed to grow the citizen interest in protecting animals, looking at the progress you have made?
Oh, good question.
How did you do that, Esther?
How did we do
Tell
that?
us.
Well, first we obviously we knew that people hate animal abuse. That's throughout every society, I think. The thing is that the industry is very good at hiding the abuse that is done to animals in, for example, animal agriculture, and the political system was used to tend to the short-term interests of the agricultural system. So the lobby from the farmers' groups was very strong, and we just went for it. We just went for, but the people of the Netherlands, and I think it's true for every society, the people are hoping that animals are treated better. So it's a very strong base that you can stand on and you can put into a political viewpoint. And when you are successful at entering the political arena, then I am sure that it will happen in other countries as well. You will see that your support within the citizens group will grow, because it's so deep to our own hearts, and people are missing a voice for animal rights in the current political systems. So there's a great need for parties for the animals all around the globe. I truly believe that. So when you get active and you stick to your ideals, your support will grow. It happened this way in the Netherlands, and I'm sure it will happen in other countries as well.
Yes. And from the experience we have in the worldwide movement, we know that very often it starts with projects to help stray dogs, or to bring awareness to children for how they treat animals in their lives, and from that it can grow.
Yeah.
So that's sometimes it's a small step which turns out to be a leap, a huge leap. Yeah, thank you. I have a question here from the United States. What has been the largest challenge with moving the Party for the Animals agenda forward while in office?
Well, the people needed to get used to a Party of the Animals being in Parliament. Just the very idea of a political party having a completely different starting point. Animals, you know, we thought of Gandhi a lot, especially in the first days of our existence.
When you were called the Animal Girls.
Yeah, we
by
were
some
called the Animal
politicians,
Girls,
as I recall. Yes.
And there was a lot of laughter in Parliament whenever there was an issue at stake and some animal name, or, you know, some saying which contained the name of an animal. People would laugh and look at us. So it was a phase of getting used to, but we took heart by the saying of Gandhi, who predicted that every emancipation movement will first start out with people ignoring you, then being laughed at, then fierce resistance to your ideas, and then, this is the great part, then you win. So we knew it was a complete normal process that we were going through. We took it as a good sign that we were on the right way. So it was basically, I wouldn't say it was an obstacle, because it was just the phase you need to go through, and I think it is an inherent part of stepping up and presenting a completely different point of view than all the others. This is what will happen, but you can be sure that you will be successful. So don't see it as an obstacle, but as a fun challenge you're going to deal with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what you say, having fun in what you're doing is so important.
It is. It
when
is.
when you're working in a good team and you can laugh about the things that you encounter, that's also
Yeah, it's very
very
important.
helpful to continue with your
It is.
struggle. Yeah.
And if I can add something practical, because at first, obviously, people only knew that we were a party for animal rights, and all the attention was on why do you need a party for animal rights? And so all the discussion was about animals, which is a very good thing. Because that's what we were there for. But because we are in Parliament now for nearly 15 years, more and more people got the chance to learn about our broader view as well. So people are very pleasantly surprised that we have such fundamental ideas about our economic system, about what we need to change in order to solve all these problems that people are very worried about. People are very worried about what climate change will do and what effect it will have on their children and grandchildren.
Yes.
And when they are, looking at the political spectrum, they see that the Party for the Animals is the only party that has the fundamental solutions. So when you start out, people will be surprised that there's a Party for the Animals. People will have questions. And if you just hang on and be the party that you are and have fun and I can't find the word, zelfvertrouwen.
Confidence.
Have confidence in your
Yes.
mission. Then people will recognize that this paradigm shift that you are the front leader of is the paradigm shift that we need to make to solve all the other problems as well. So be confident, have fun, and step up the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next question is from Turkey. Thank you so much, Esther. It's very difficult to even establish basic animal rights in Turkey, especially at the moment.
Yes.
That's what I say. It's more difficult to form a party and develop laws. What would you suggest for us?
I can imagine that it is very difficult in different countries. One of the advantages in the Netherlands is that we have a completely proportional electoral system, and other people around the globe, for example in the US or the UK with this district system, there are less chances for new political parties to have a breakthrough. But I would advise to keep advocating your ideals, because I am convinced that it's part of being human, that we have the ability to have empathy, to show empathy, and everywhere around the world, people are horrified by animal abuse. So people around the world need advocates who take it as their life mission to change the way we treat animals, and you will have support, even though in some countries the struggle is harder than in others. I recognize that truly, and I am so grateful for people in all the countries around the world who are stepping up for animal rights. But you do have the support of the citizens of your country. I'm convinced of that.
Yes. And I remember when we were in Lebanon a few years ago, that there were people there, animal rights activists, who successfully helped change a law from the outside as a lobbying organization. So working towards a political party, you can also do that. And maybe we'll talk about that later, but we talked about that in the international movement a lot. What can I do now? So that adds to... And then you have a success, which is really nice, of course. Yes.
Yes, you can also help if you know that there's an MP who is interested in animal rights,
yes.
and you have the expertise on what is wrong with the laws, for example, to protect stray animals. I'm sure that those MPs will be very grateful for the work that you can do to lay out the changes that need to be made in the legislation.
Yes.
So I know, for example, in the US, there's a group working that's called voters for animal rights, who endorse MPs, who actively speak out for animal rights, and they also help with preparing legislation that the MP can suggest in Parliament. So that's one of the routes also that you can take. Yeah.
Well, Esther, we're coming to an end. I'd love to talk
So
to you a
soon.
lot more.
Yeah.
But we'll do that in the future.
We will.
For now, I thank you very much for joining us on this Saturday morning. For us, it's early in the morning. And I wish you all the best and good luck, and also a very good vacation, because it's
Thank you.
holiday time in the Netherlands.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for being here today.
Thank you so much. And I'm looking forward to having a great weekend of presentations and discussions. So we'll see you online.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
So the next speaker I'm going to introduce to you is Elsa Miedema. And she is a Dutch political historian. And she recently did research on the rise of the animal politics movement. And although she told me while we were preparing this, I'm not going to be able to tell them everything, I hope she's going to tell us a lot about what she found. So a warm welcome, please, to Elsa Miedema.
Well, thank you, Elsa. And hi, everyone. Thanks for joining. So I think I've got the heaviest task today to speak just after Esther Ouwehand, so I don't feel pressure at all. But I have some interesting stuff to share with you, so I'm also very excited. First, I want to say that you can ask questions everywhere from where you're looking at this. So. Don't hesitate, ask all your questions. Hopefully I'll have some minutes left after my talk to answer all your questions. Today and tomorrow is all about food and health. But before we dive into more interesting lectures about food and health, I will tell you a bit more about the rise of the global animal politics movement. I think, so Elsa already told you, I did some research on that, so I will tell you some of my conclusions. And I think many people who are watching, especially on Facebook or on YouTube, not all of them are really like insiders to the movement. So some people might think, well, this is a very small movement still. But let me start by drawing the animal politics landscape for you. So currently there are animal advocacy parties in 21 countries all over the world. Not only in like quote-unquote Western countries, but well, most of them are like in Western countries, but all over the world these parties are occurring and getting established. And Esther already told you that there are 158 elected representatives in 7 countries. So those countries are the Netherlands, France, the UK, Portugal, Italy, Germany, and Australia. The movement is growing every year. So at this moment, a handful of parties is in the making. So like parties like in countries like Peru, Chile, Japan, and Zimbabwe, people are working very hard to establish a new party, which is very cool, I think. And the Animal Politics Foundation it was founded in 2012 by the Dutch Partij for the Animals. This organization really works as a connector to all the parties. So they connect all the parties to share knowledge, to share experience. So in order to strengthen the movement, actually, and well, also in on conferences like these, of course. So I don't think we can call this a small movement anymore, right? So my question was, what can explain the rise of the political animal advocacy parties in the last few decades all over the world. And it was also the main question for my research, and it's quite of a broad question. So many answers are possible to this question, and I looked into some possible answers, some of which I will share with you. So a little side note I want to make with this question is that I looked into the rise of these parties, but I don't mean necessarily like the electoral success. I rather looked at the really establishment of the parties. So I think another idea that people might have is that this is it's a small movement, people think, right? And I think people also think that it's a very young movement, especially, right, maybe from the last decade or maybe 2 decades. But that's not entirely true as well. So it is, yes, it's a relatively new movement, but the first party that was established was in Germany, and there was the Partij, Mensch, Umwelt, Tierschutz, which means the Party for People, Environment, and Animal Rights, and that was back in 1993. So it was almost 3 decades ago. So, and it was quite revolutionary that they established this party, because with establishing this party, they also they introduced the concept of ecocentrism to politics. Well, we've already heard Esther talk about ecocentrism, right? And I think to explain it, this picture says it all, right? So ecocentrism is obviously opposite to egocentrism. And whereas in egocentrism, humans put themselves like on top of the pyramid, dominant over other species, ecocentrists think that humans shouldn't be the dominant species, but all life on Earth is part of the same ecosystem, and all life on Earth should work together in order for the system to thrive. And it also works the other way around, because when all the actors in the system don't work together, eventually the system will collapse. And I think we're all spectators of this collapse, which is happening right now. We see this, of course, well, because of climate change, all these heat waves, these summers. Well, we all are very, very aware of the corona crisis, and I think you all notice less and less butterflies and insects every year. So I think we all know that the system is collapsing, and which is very interesting is that this concept of ecocentrism became central to all the other animal advocacy parties that were yet to come from 1993 on, and which is what is funny as well, or funny, if it's interesting as well, is that the party names actually reflect this kind of this notion of ecocentrism, because most party names refer to animals. And some people find that very confusing because, well, why just only talk about animals, right? So Esther already said something about that. Why are you only like policies for animals? Why is that necessary? But actually, these names are chosen very thoughtfully and very deliberately, actually, because animals symbolize actually this whole notion of ecocentrism, because animals are the weakest, or not the weakest, but the most vulnerable beings on Earth, right? So, and if they are your starting point, the starting point from which you will form policies, then you can imagine that some different policies will be formed than if you focus on humans only. So, if you want to protect the most vulnerable beings on Earth, you want to protect the whole system. And that eventually will have a positive impact on people as well, right? Because imagine a world without pandemics. So all other parties adhere to this notion of ecocentrism. And they acknowledge that the current crises that we're facing, so all the different crises on climate change, what I said before, loss of biodiversity, food, what we're going to talk about later, welfare, or animal welfare, energy, economy, all those crises are interconnected. And they only can be tackled in connection with each other. So, but back to my question, why does the animal politics movement keep expanding? So that has something to do with which I call political opportunity. So I know that this concept of political opportunity is used in various ways by various academics, but this is my definition of political opportunity. It's the space within a country's political arena that is left to be occupied by new political ideas and values. So, and it's also very much influenced, of course, by like general morality of the time, well, or by what other parties say or the stance of other parties in different subjects. But I think people become more and more aware of all the crises we're facing. So what I said, climate change, COVID, loss of biodiversity, all those things. And I think, especially with COVID, well, many other infection diseases will arise if we keep treating the animals the way we treat them now, right? Like Esther said before as well. So I think these modern day threats, and especially the lack of political willpower and the lack of political knowledge as well, I think, that results in an expansion of this political opportunity for new parties to arise. So for animal advocacy parties to arise and to address this crisis and to provide sustainable solutions as well. Right, so another thing that might explain the rise of the movement is that animal advocacy parties have a very different way in which they conduct politics, right? They use the political tools in a very different way. And I think that's because they aren't really politicians at heart, but they're more like activists in politics. So they see themselves more like a catalyst. So they want to address subjects and they want to put subjects on the political agenda that weren't on there before. And well, a funny thing to say this is that the Party for the Animals calls itself also like the pacer in the marathon. And they mean by that is that they set the pace for other parties to run. So if you are running faster than other parties, the other parties eventually have to run along with you, right? So, well, these parties also, they just don't play along with the political games. They're just not very interested in the political games. So, and one thing that's connected with that is that they reject the left-right spectrum. Because we have actually, I think all the parties like adhere to this left-right spectrum, so they call themselves left-wing or centrist or right-wing, but most most animal advocacy parties don't call themselves that. So they like to place themselves on the edge of the political arena, so to say. And so they really want to provide solution-based politics. So that's a completely different way of using the political tools. And it also leads to sometimes other party members looking at you like a little bit, like maybe a bit scared or maybe a bit like they want to laugh about you. But eventually, I think it works. So to conclude, like I said, I think the political opportunity is a very important explanation to the question why these animal advocacy parties were established in the last 3 decades. And there comes more room on in the political arena for parties to address these modern day issues in a sustainable way. And by occupying this space, these parties also gave rise to a unique political approach, which was based on ecocentrism. So I'd like to conclude with a positive note as well, because we're going to hear some less positive conclusions as well today and tomorrow. So let's keep it a bit light. So I think that, or what I've seen in my research, is that the political opportunity window will expand more and more, because people will become more aware of everything that's happening, and the one way to, or the only way to address these issues and to come to solutions. And this eventually will result in the expansion of the global animal politics movement as well. So I think that's a very optimistic perspective for the planet and all its inhabitants. Thank you.
It's so nice to see you applauding. It helps. It's really good. Yeah, thank you very much, Elsa.
Yes.
We have time for a small round of questions.
Right?
And I'm starting. Where do I go? A question from Sweden. What would we take from your research to attract attention, to gain support, and to be able to grow and eventually win seats?
Right. So there are a few things, actually. So yes, I looked at several things in my research. So this political opportunity is one part of it, and I think it's a good thing to research this political opportunity in your country. What other parties are there that address these issues, and in what way are they doing this? And so to look for space actually to position yourself in this on the field of especially like the environmental issues. So that's one way, I think. But the other way is, so I didn't really look into winning seats and electoral success and how to get there. But I learned that some parties, well, not all parties for the animals have seats. So, but I've learned that a lot of parties that don't have chosen representatives are very successful because they can work together on a local basis with smaller organizations, with NGOs, with maybe other political parties that have representatives that they have more influence. So it's not only necessary to look at the seats to win, it's more necessary to look at, well, how can I make impact in our situation?
And maybe adding to this, maybe you can go into the differences between green parties and animal advocacy parties, because people often say, well, the Greens are doing so well in our country, so what do we have to add? What is our unique proposition?
Yeah, yeah. I think this is also something that people that are not really like insiders to the movement think about when they see like green parties and animal advocacy parties, that they're quite the same. But I think there are a lot of differences, and I think the most important difference is that well, this starting point of animals. So when you start with animals, like I said, you will form completely different policies. Green parties, actually, I think all of them always still start with humans on top of the pyramid, and eventually,
so they're more like this and less like this in your view.
Yes,
right.
Yes, I think so. And eventually, I think another important thing is that you have to hold on to your values, and I think that's something that green parties don't always do as well, especially if they are in a position to like become in a more powerful position. Then eventually they will play along with the political game, and animal advocacy parties don't do that.
Yeah, that's very clear. Thank you. I'm scrolling on. A question from Poland. We need to change the policy and the system from the inside out. We need allies in government. What first steps should we take to build a political movement? I think Esther talked about that a bit, but maybe you can add to that.
Yeah, what I can add is one of the parties that I examined in my research was the Danish party, so the vegan party, they call themselves.
Veganer Partij.
Yes, yes. Yeah. And I think that's a very interesting party because it's a very young party. It's I think last year they were officially recognized in their country as a political party, and they don't have any seats yet. So, but what they did is that they were just they just called like everyone they thought of. Well, maybe I can. They want to work together with us, or we can have something in common. And they just called and emailed a lot of MPs, and some of them actually want to work together, and they just I think another thing that works very well is that you just organize a lot of like very visible events, so that the press has to like come there and see you and notice you. So that they did that as well very successfully. So I think that's very interesting case study to look at if you're looking to to build your party.
Thank you. We have a few more minutes, and then we go to a break. I have a question here through YouTube. We are still with not enough animal rights activists or organizations for the animals. So how do we make a big lobby to change our food system into a vegan, plant-based one? Maybe that's a question that we can answer tomorrow at the end of the conference, right? Yeah. Because then we will have heard from various speakers how to use your influence and how to add to the movement.
I'm not an expert on lobby organizations, so
yeah. So if you don't mind, we'll keep that for tomorrow. Then I think the last question for this round will be from Lebanon. What if they leave you no space at all? In Lebanon, the democratic country is becoming a hub of religions and sects and dictators who inherit their children and grandchildren in the parliament seats. So, what do you do when the democracy is declining, which is obviously happening in Lebanon? Yeah. What would you advise people to do?
Well, that seems very difficult to me. So. It's great news that they want to try, I think. But
they're very active.
Wow, that's great.
We met. Yes, we did.
But I think the most important tool you have is social media and the people. Like when you don't have politics on your side, you have the people. And like I think Esther said this as well, that most people want this change, and they want to
from the heart.
Yes, and they want to respect animals more, and so I think social media is a very powerful tool to use in this way. So just get people to join your activism, and then you will eventually grow like a very big group that they can't deny anymore.
Yes. And of course, there are always powers that are, well, you can't control, but also to keep your spirit high, it's very important to find each other and to work together.
Yes.
Yeah, keep up the good work.
Yes, and also to have this powerful movement and feeling that you're working together on this thing. Yes, that's
so then it's about influence, how you can influence either the people who are in power or the people in the street, as
I think
so to speak.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Elsa, thank you very much. This was the last question for this moment.
Okay.
So thank you very, very much for your talk. We'll be meeting behind the scenes these 2 days. And we're going to a coffee break. We're breaking until 11, so everybody, before you jump from your seats and go do your thing, if you don't want to, you can still stay tuned and watch, because in all our breaks we'll be showing you films, videos from our film One Single Planet. Many people may know it, but we show parts of that, but also from the work of our members of parliament and from our sister parties, for instance, from the UK. So anytime you feel like joining and watching, and with your coffee on your sofa, please do. There's a lot to see. See you again. We'll be back at 11, and then I'll introduce the next speaker to you, which will be Dr. Helen Howard. See you in 15 minutes.
De nertsenfokkerij had 20 jaar geleden al moeten stoppen. Dat dat niet gebeurd is precies de reden dat de Partij voor de Dieren is opgericht. Dus reken maar dat wij alles op alles zetten om de bontindustrie nu definitief te stoppen. Die kooien moeten leeg, die kooien blijven leeg. Zojuist heeft de Tweede Kamer moties van de Partij voor de Dieren aangenomen die ten eerste zeggen: stop nu met het fokken van nertsen. Dat betekent dat die nertsenhouderij dit jaar moet sluiten. Wat een geweldig nieuws. En dat niet alleen. Het kabinet moet ook regie nemen om de coronabesmettingen in slachthuizen tegen te gaan. En de slachttempo's in die slachthuizen moeten omlaag. Wat een geweldige doorbraak voor de dieren. Zonder jullie hadden we dit nooit kunnen bereiken. Dank je wel. Ik ben veel te blij. Ik ben veel te blij.
Across the EU, making money comes first. Truly important matters, such as animal and human rights and our environment, always come last. This May, we can change that, together. We're fighting to take hazardous pesticides off the market.
Het is tijd voor verandering. Mogen wij uw stemmen hebben?
We want to close all fur farms.
Suomi, saammeko äänesi elämältä?
We're campaigning to end the cruel use of animals for entertainment.
Ricorda, il 26 maggio tu puoi scegliere l'Europa che vuoi.
We want to stop the illegal trade of pets and the barbaric treatment of stray animals.
Bitte geben Sie uns Ihre Stimme.
We're fighting to phase out cruel farming practices and use EU subsidies to support sustainable agriculture.
Donnez votre voix aux animaux.
We want to end the cruel long-distance transport of live animals.
Bitte geben Sie uns Ihre Stimme.
We want to end bullfighting.
Por favor, vota por los animales.
We want to combat climate change by speeding up efforts to realize a switch to renewable energy.
Portugal, podemos contar com os vossos votos?
We want to raise the moral and legal status of animals and grant animals individual legal rights.
Får vi din röst för djuren?
We're campaigning to ban hunting and stop the import of wildlife trophies. We want to phase out animal experimentation combined with increased support for alternatives.
May we have your votes, please?
Across Europe, there's an exciting new movement which demands a system change. We're the leading candidates of 11 animal rights parties across Europe, and we stand united to make a positive change for our planet and all its inhabitants. Join our Europe-wide movement. Vote for animal rights and our planet.
Wie slacht mag best een beetje zelf bloeden. De Partij voor de Dieren heeft een vergroeningsvoorstel ingediend om de productie van vlees te belasten. De slachttaks voorziet in een aantal zaken. Ons voorstel belast wat schadelijk is en stimuleert wat goed is. Vlees is verreweg het schadelijkste onderdeel van ons menu. Het veroorzaakt grote klimaat- en stikstofproblemen. Daar komt bij dat onze vleesverslaving desastreus is voor de dieren in de bio-industrie. Ons voorstel voorziet in het stimuleren van de eiwittransitie. Consumptie van dierlijke eiwitten wordt teruggedrongen en consumptie van plantaardige eiwitten wordt gestimuleerd. Ons voorstel voorziet ook in duidelijkheid doordat burgers, boeren, ondernemers en investeerders zien waar het heen gaat. Amerikaanse investeerders in de vleesindustrie zijn er al van overtuigd dat overheden wereldwijd vleesbelastingen zullen gaan invoeren. En let wel, dit zijn geen dierenactivisten, zeg ik voor de VVD. Dit zijn vrouwen en mannen in dure pakken die de hele wereld, die een hele dikke belegde boterham aan de vleesindustrie verdienen. Voorzitter, ons voorstel staat niet alleen. Vanmiddag heeft de commissie Financiën een petitie in ontvangst genomen die precies daarom vroeg. Belast vlees eerlijk. Wentel de maatschappelijke kosten van vlees niet op de belastingbetaler af. Ons voorstel voor de slagtaks geeft gehoor aan al die diverse geluiden in de maatschappij. Voorzitter, het debat over de vleesbelasting is definitief gekanteld.
One thing unites us: the care we have for animals, for nature, for our planet and all its inhabitants.
Changing your diet to avoid animal products reduces your greenhouse gas emissions for a typical global consumer by 45%.
So we believe that the best way we can reach the community is through children.
It is the most powerful way to reduce your greenhouse gas emissions.
The problem that they're facing is that homeless dogs and cats are persecuted.
So basically challenging others.
So that's how kids get used to taking care of animals.
So many people that you can network with and work for similar goals and have the support of the Partij for Animals. This is amazing, beyond words.
Coming to listen to what other people are doing in other countries, interacting with people, networking with other people that are involved into animal protection work is very important. It motivates you in everything that you are doing towards animals.
We face those problems in our country and we don't know how to deal with it. So thank you very much for your devotion and for your big expertise.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had your coffee or your tea or whatever you needed to do. And, well, we're getting to our third speaker of this morning. And morning here, not for everybody, I know. I'm fully aware of some people sitting late at night or very early in the morning. I'm going to introduce to you Dr. Helen Harwood. And she is a senior research fellow at Chatham House, and she works on food and climate policy. And she's also a fellow at Harvard University. And we're waiting for the connection. She's not live present in Amsterdam, she's somewhere in the UK. There you are. Good morning. Hello.
Good morning, everybody.
Loud and clear, loud and clear. Well, you're going to talk to us about food and the ecological and climate crisis, and I think the title speaks for itself, and we'd love to hear more from you. And as we did before with the other speakers, after your talk there is time for some Q&A. But first, we'd love to hear what you have to say on this topic. So I'm moving out and you're moving in.
Great, thanks very much. Hello, everybody, and thanks for joining us today. So I'm going to be talking, I'm going to be talking about the role of food system transformation in climate and biodiversity plans, giving a sort of big picture overview, and then focusing in on a potential policy pathway and one of the solutions that ties those two major issues together from some of the research that I've been involved in. And just to kind of warn you in advance, I'm sure you're all very familiar with these issues, but it can get quite depressing, but do bear with it because it gets much more positive towards the end. So first of all, starting with climate change, and it's worth just pointing out that it's not just an environmental issue. So the World Health Organization recognizes climate change as the greatest threat to global health of this century. So we're certainly not just dealing with a single issue here. And the context is that G20 members basically account for the majority of emissions. So there's certainly a relationship there with emissions and wealth. And there's also a relationship with temperature and impacts of climate change. The recent report from the IPCC found that the global temperature is already above 1 degree above pre-industrial levels, and this is already having negative impacts. They also found that the impacts at 1.5 degrees would be greater than they are at current temperatures, but not as bad as if we go to 2 degrees. And they also found that the impacts would be greater if temperature overshoots 1.5 degrees and then returns back down to 1.5 degrees at some point this century, which is one of the things that certain policy pathways look at. And that's essentially because by doing that, we risk destabilizing some major ecosystems. So for example, here you can see the yellow circles represent the ecosystems that could be destabilized up to 3 degrees, which is currently where we're heading. So that includes some major ice sheets and coral reefs. If we go up to beyond 3 degrees, that brings in those orange circles there, which are some major forest ecosystems as well. And that is essentially the temperature that we are also heading to. So the best option within the kind of remit of the Paris Agreement is to adhere to the precautionary principle and the equity component of the Paris Agreement, which requires 1.5 degrees with no overshoot. To do this would require a 45% reduction in emissions by 2030 and reaching net zero by 2050. So of course, the progress report is that emissions are continuing to rise. So this is pre-COVID levels. The current pledges to the Paris Agreement would take us over 3 degrees of warming, and the chances of meeting the Paris goals could actually be depleted by 2030. So the revision of the pledges, which is basically what every country is pledging to contribute towards meeting the Paris Agreement, is due this November at COP26. And this is really the final opportunity to bring those emissions in line with the Paris goals. So the coming decade in terms of climate change policy is absolutely crucial. And what we need is for countries to increase their ambitions by around 5-fold for the 1.5 degree goal and 3-fold for the 2 degree goal. Emissions need to peak as soon as possible, followed by strong and rapid reductions before 2030, in addition to enhanced longer-term commitments. And essentially, if we delay those actions now, we lock ourselves into a greater dependence on unproven technologies later on to remove emissions from the atmosphere. And I'll come back to those unproven technologies shortly. So without tackling food emissions, it would actually be impossible to meet those climate goals. The food system accounts for around 1/3 of all greenhouse gas emissions, and these are on track to roughly double by 2050. A recent analysis found that even if fossil fuel emissions were immediately halted, the current trends in the global food system alone would prevent the 1.5-degree target being achieved. And just to go into a little bit more detail, the livestock sector alone could use around half of the emissions budget for limiting to 1.5 degrees and around 37% of the 2-degree budget by 2030. So we can use technology to reduce those emissions somewhat, but this is really insufficient in terms of the reductions needed. So reducing the production and consumption of animal products is unavoidable. And if we were to try and avoid doing that, it would require other sectors to increase their mitigation efforts beyond anything that is planned or realistic. And if we take a look at the greenhouse gas budget, we can really see here that we have less than 10 years of greenhouse gases remaining before we basically reach 1.5 degrees. So there's really no wiggle room in there for any sectors to not play their part. And this becomes even more apparent when we factor in the need to not only reduce emissions steeply on the ground, but actually remove emissions from the atmosphere. Substantial amounts must be removed. And just to go into that in a little bit more detail, carbon dioxide removal is essential to limit temperatures to 1.5 degrees and probably for 2 degrees as well. The options currently being explored do require large areas of land, and there are additional challenges with some of the high-tech options. So for example, bioenergy, carbon capture and storage, which is essentially growing crops, burning them for energy and capturing the emissions before they're released, and burying those emissions in emptied geological formations such as gas wells. So as you can imagine, there are numerous challenges with these technologies. They're not yet proven at scale. They may never be proven at scale. And there are also issues with just the sheer amount of land that would be required to produce the crops needed. And actually the only option that we currently have available at the scale needed to be deployed in the time frame needed is to essentially regrow lost vegetation. So for example, from deforestation to reforestation. Of course, this option itself does require large areas of land. So if we look at land use globally, we absolutely have to start looking at agriculture when we're looking at where this land might come from. So for example, we can see here, that circle should be over the agriculture box. Agriculture currently accounts for around 50% of global habitable land. The majority of that, of course, is used by animal agriculture, up to around 80%, in exchange for around 18% of calorie supply and 37% of global protein supply. So we absolutely need radical action far beyond that currently planned across all sectors, including energy and food. So moving on to biodiversity, I'm going to mainly draw here from a report that we published in February this year. And what we found is that biodiversity loss is accelerating. The last round of global biodiversity targets were not met. Around 25% of species are at risk of extinction, and a further 1 million more species face extinction within decades. So a really key thing to know about biodiversity is, of course, that it's essential for a habitable planet, not just crucial for our food, water and shelter, but also just in terms of maintaining temperature. So for example, right now we exclusively rely on marine and terrestrial ecosystems to remove around 60% of carbon emissions, which essentially creates a habitable temperature. Food systems are the leading driver of biodiversity loss. And a recent analysis found that over 1,000 species are projected to lose at least a quarter of their habitats by 2050, which puts them at further risk of extinction. And they also found that business as usual meat production and consumption accelerates this habitat loss the most and threatens over 17,000 species. So one thing we did in the report was kind of describe the structure of the food system, which is structured to drive supply and demand, and we call this in the report the cheaper food paradigm. So essentially this is a series of vicious circles which overlap and often reinforce each other. So for example, on the outside there you can see agricultural production leading to climate change, and then climate change necessitating the need for more agricultural production due to the impacts of climate change. This, the whole kind of goal is to increase food production at increasingly lower costs, which requires more land to be brought into agricultural use and further intensification of farming methods. And one example is that basically this has made grains cheap enough to feed to farmed animals in massive quantities to actually reduce the cost of animal products and make them much more widely consumed. It also incentivizes the supply of low-priced, calorie-dense, nutritionally poor foods, where in the world right now we have around 3 billion with one or more manifestations of malnutrition, which actually costs around 3.5 trillion per year. And essentially what this system does is externalizes those costs, the environmental and the health costs, onto society. And really externalizing these costs in the name of tackling food poverty really just serves to increase vulnerability of the marginalized over the long term. And really the solution here is to bring people out of poverty and actually increase the costs of the worst foods such as animal products, and at the same time actually reduce the cost of the kind of the best foods such as fruits and vegetables. So the food system has a range of impacts on biodiversity loss, including habitat loss and land clearance, which is probably the most kind of widely known and obvious one. And there are a range of different impacts. Agriculture is responsible for around 80% of deforestation. Animal agriculture is responsible for around 65% of land use change since 1960 and is linked to around 80% of deforestation in the Brazilian Amazon. And of course, forests are a natural carbon sink, which we already talked about. And there's a really important link here between climate change and biodiversity as well. So there's also chemical pollution. So for example, nitrogen and pesticides, fertilizers and pesticides and manure that is applied to land and works its way into waterways and can result in eutrophication of those waterways and dead zones. We also have a prevalence of monocultures, which essentially reduce the potential for diversity by limiting the different types of foods and habitats available. And there's also the direct killing of animals. So for example, the removal of predators, such as wolves, or removal of animals that are thought to be linked to disease, such as badgers in the UK. And there's of course the impacts of climate change, which could actually result in loss of habitats, wildfires, increased competition for food and water, for example. And animal agriculture has the biggest burden across all of these impacts. We've seen already in exchange for little contribution to the food system in terms of nutrition. And one of the main reasons why animal agriculture has this really disproportionate impact is that it's a very inefficient way to produce food. So for example, to produce 1 calorie of beef requires 37 calories of plants. Pork requires 12 calories of plants, 1 calorie of chicken requires 9, and eggs and dairy each require 6. So a third of all crop calories globally are fed to farmed animals, and only around 12% of those come back as human food. So we're actually losing around a third of all calories before that reaches anybody's plate. And a recent analysis found that if we actually reconfigured cropland in the US to optimize for health and environmental impacts, that same area of cropland, instead of feeding animals, could actually feed an additional 350 million people. So moving on to some of the solutions. We identified these three main areas: food, land, and farming in our report. And essentially shifting to plant-based diets would reduce impacts across the board. But in addition to that, we also need to reduce food waste. So currently around a third of all food produced globally is wasted. We need to preserve existing habitat, which means no further expansion of farmland. And we also need to restore some of the habitats that have already been converted to farmland. We need to produce food differently with much lower environmental impacts. And really here, it's the shift to the extent to how we shift on the plant-based diet towards the plant-based diet end of the diet spectrum that really determines what we can actually do on those other fronts, because it's there where we would actually reduce the pressure on land and also free up land for other uses. So I'm just going to present here a potential policy pathway. So this builds on an article I published in 2018. And then in 2019, we published this call for renewed Paris pledges to transform agriculture. So essentially high and middle income countries, we were asking them to include these 4 key steps in their revised commitment to the Paris Agreement. So, and this is currently being signed by over 100 scientists globally as well who agree with this proposition. So we have the 4 key steps: the peak livestock production, set reduction targets, shift to plant-based diets, and restore native ecosystems. So if we look at the peak livestock component, we can see that livestock production has actually increased around 3-fold in the past 60 years. So the first step is really to peak that production across all species of animals. And the second step is to set reduction targets. So here we could take a greenhouse gas approach and identify the highest emitters, or we could look at it from a land use perspective, or we could look at it in terms of lowest output to input. So if we did take a greenhouse gas perspective, this is what that would look like globally. So first of all, we would focus on beef, followed by dairy, and then pigs. Obviously, this will differ if we look at it on an individual country basis, or even a sort of individual consumer or company or institute basis. So the third step is to shift to sustainable and healthy alternatives using the best available food approach, which essentially replaces livestock products with the best available food that maximizes greenhouse gas reductions, minimizes all of the environmental impacts, and maximizes positive health outcomes. So pulses are likely to be very important in this. And also, I think it's worth considering how to actually transition, especially societies who are accustomed to a high animal product diet. Then there may be a role for the sort of plant-based meat analogues in that transition as well. So the final step is to restore lost carbon sinks on land, where we can actually restore native vegetation cover to its maximum carbon sequestration potential, and also providing benefits to biodiversity, which would of course help to achieve that CO2 removal goal, which we saw in previous slides. And I'd just like to finish with an example of that, which we published in September last year. And essentially, we looked at returning permanent pasture land globally and animal feed cropland back to its native ecosystem cover, which in this case was grassland and forest. And that gives us essentially the amount of carbon that current land use in terms of animal agriculture is actually suppressing. That's the carbon opportunity cost. And then we looked at 3 dietary scenarios: the business as usual, the Eat Lancet diet, which is around a 70% reduction in meat consumption from present levels and a fully plant-based vegan diet. And we looked at this carbon dioxide removal potential of all three of those diets. So essentially we used existing data from the published scientific literature, and we did 4 steps in the analysis. First of all, we did a spatial distribution of agricultural production. This was permanent pasture land using the FAO's definition and 175 crops as well. We then reconfigured that crop allocation for food and feed, and then calculated the carbon content of vegetation that would essentially regrow if the current land use was abandoned, and that takes into account the current carbon in that land already, whether that's pasture or cropland. And then we looked at those 3 dietary scenarios, again, all from published literature. And the time frame for this was 30 years to actually get to that carbon sequestration total. So this is what it looks like globally. This is essentially the carbon that is currently being suppressed by pasture lands and animal feed croplands globally. And you can see there the darkest green is where we would basically have the most dense carbon or vegetation if we were actually going to abandon that land and let it rewild essentially. And this is what it looks like by income. So if we look across high income countries and upper middle income countries, the really interesting thing here is that those 2 countries actually account for around 70% of all of that carbon sequestration. So if we think back to the correlation with wealth and emissions, and then this correlation between potential for carbon sequestration and country income, there's certainly an awful lot that high income and upper middle income countries could be doing on this front. So here's the dietary scenarios that we looked at. You can see business as usual would actually require more cropland and more pasture land to be brought into production, resulting in a net CO2 release to the atmosphere. The Eat Lancet diet would remove emissions equivalent to around 9 years of current global CO2 emissions from the atmosphere. And if we extend that to a fully plant-based vegan diet, that would remove the equivalent of around 16 years worth of CO2 emissions from the atmosphere. So if we look at the combined impacts across climate change in this scenario, we would have a 70% reduction in non-CO2 greenhouse gas emissions, so methane and nitrous oxide, in addition to that 16 years worth of CO2 emissions that we've just seen. And the time frame varies as well, so that 70% reduction would be an annual saving from the greenhouse gas budget. There would also be short-term impacts from methane removal, so we could see quite significant impacts on temperature reduction over the next 10 years if methane removal was to be actioned immediately. And we have, in addition to that, the longer term impacts of the CO2 removal, which I mentioned in this scenario was a 30-year timeframe. In terms of biodiversity, the combined impacts of that global scenario would be a reduced land footprint of food production by around 76% and a reduced eutrophication impact of around 49%. And again, in both of these, it's the shift in production and consumption of animal products, which is the most crucial enabling element to deliver those benefits. And I think it's really worth considering the transformative aspects of this shift. So we've seen the numbers and how that might look like on a map, but I think the sort of how we experience the world would actually be quite transformative. And there's a really interesting body of literature developing in terms of the well-being benefits of us spending more time in nature. So this is definitely something to bear in mind. And building on that, I think it's really important that we have a vision and sort of a pathway of how to actually achieve that vision. And I just want to share this short clip, which essentially...
The only thing the managers did was remove the cattle. And then we just stand back and watch what happens. Aspen and willows are streamside biodiversity indicators. These woody plants connect with the birds you can hear, the understory shrubs and flowers. It's just incredible to see this. When the cattle were here in these meadows, the aspen would stay about this tall. They would be eating the small branches and the leaves. All the cattle were removed in 1990, and then we got this incredible flush of aspen here. So we have these young ones that are less than 25 years old, and then in contrast, we have these very large old ones that are just on their way out. This is about a 70 centimeter diameter aspen tree. Originated in the 1800s, before livestock arrived on Hart Mountain. This one here is 2.2 centimeters diameter. This came in about 10 years ago. We've taken some photographs since the cows have come off and compared those to what the willow looked like with the cows on the refuge, and it's just night and day. Just an incredible flush of willow and aspen all through this streamside area. It's quite a spectacle to see how nature can recover if it's just left on its own, how it can restore itself.
I hope you could see that okay. The sound wasn't brilliant from my side, but I can always post the link to it in the chat. So essentially that is giving us an idea of what this transformed world would look like under our global scenario, with a very specific example there from Oregon, north of California. And just to wrap up, really, all I want to say is that these issues are, of course, incredibly urgent. We need transformative action across all sectors, including food and energy, and we really need that to happen as soon as possible. We need to take a systems approach for this. So, and that essentially by doing that, we bring in major opportunities across all sectors of society. Essentially, there's a role for everybody to play in actually achieving this transformed system. And that is all from me. Thanks very much for listening. Those reports that I mentioned that I've been involved in are available, and I can share the link with those if anybody is interested. And thanks again.
Thank you, Helen. We have time for a few questions if you want to answer some of them. I'm scrolling through my questions here. Let me see. Oh yeah, can we, I don't see where this question is from. Can we put pressure on governments to apply the precautionary principle to abolish factory farming, not only for the climate crisis, but also for the global health crisis in terms of risk for future pandemics? The question is, can we put pressure on governments to apply the precautionary principle? Do you have an answer to that? That's my question then, in addition.
Yeah, it's a really good question. And I think, you know, the precautionary principle is really interesting. I mean, it's been in the climate change discourse since around 1992, but it's been very much neglected. I think it's really very rarely mentioned when you listen to policymakers or even look at the climate change documents. Mm-hmm. So I think there's a lot of scope there to bring that back out. And I did make some attempt to do that in an article I published in 2018, where I talked about the importance of the precautionary principle. And that really kind of needs to underpin how we approach climate change mitigation as one example of some of the major social problems that we have. And just going back to that example I gave about needing to remove emissions, in addition to reducing emissions, and really to bring in the precautionary principle to that would require doing everything we can, basically everything possible, which is of course quite a departure from what we're currently seeing. So I can't see any reason why that wouldn't include animal agriculture. And in fact, as I've demonstrated, we certainly need to include animal agriculture as much as possible. And actually this sector has, as we've seen, massive potential to actually contribute to not just the emissions reductions and sticking to those emissions budgets, but actually in terms of freeing up the land that we need to start removing emissions from the atmosphere, whether that's reforestation or some other mechanism to do that. So it plays an absolutely massive role in meeting those climate goals. And I think the precautionary principle is definitely under sort of valued or under used in these discussions.
Thank you, thank you. A next question from Turkey, Istanbul. Have you also looked in your research into the effect of food transportation between countries and continents, and how much can we reduce the greenhouse effect by promoting consumption of locally produced food? Or is this outside of your range of your investigation?
Yeah, I've done some work on that, and there's lots of literature on that as well. And essentially the conclusion is across all of the literature and the kind of environmental assessments of food, starting from production right through to sort of consumer end waste, is that the transport element, whether that's kind of imported from different countries, actually accounts for usually less than 10% of the overall environmental impact of a product. So most of the environmental impact of food comes from the actual production side of that life cycle. So transport, yeah, definitely important, and transport generally is one of the major issues that needs tackling in the climate mitigation area. But it's in relation to food, it's really the production that has the most impact on the overall footprint. So it's really the types of foods that are crucial in how we actually reduce the overall impact of the food system, rather than going to kind of local production, for example. If we had the same food system and everything was produced locally, it still wouldn't actually help us to meet the climate goals. It's really about shifting the types of foods that are produced.
Yes, yes, that's very clear. Yeah, and in addition to that, we talk about crops and plant-based diets. And what is your view on cell-based or cultivated meat? Question from London.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely becoming increasingly sort of on the agenda, and I think it will continue to do so going forward as we look for ways to produce food with less impacts. I think the evidence on the environmental impacts is still quite limited. I think there needs to be more evidence on that before we can really say with enough confidence that this is, the result, the impacts are different in X, Y, and Z ways to current production, and actually start to put amounts on that as well, which of course might change going forward as technological processes themselves become more efficient. So it would definitely be a sort of work in progress that would need to be sort of reassessed going forward. But I think it's just quite difficult to say right now with the limited evidence on the environmental impacts, whether that would actually be enough to meet the climate goals needed, and what impact that would have on land use if we need to be growing crops as feed, for example. Yeah, I think there's just quite a lot of questions in that space.
Interesting questions indeed. Thank you, thank you. A question I was asking myself while I was listening to your presentation from Belgium. What's the impact ratio of the ocean CO2 to absorbing capacity compared to CO2 absorbing capacity of land vegetation? And how can we influence it? I was thinking of the oceans as well, because they are our lungs, basically, yes.
Yeah, it's so important, really important to bring oceans into this. And I think in general, we don't talk enough about oceans and their important role in ecosystem regulation and in regulating, in basically maintaining a habitable planet. So between kind of marine ecosystems and terrestrial ecosystems, they remove around 60% of carbon from the atmosphere. So without that, we would actually have a much warmer planet than we currently have. And the other really key point is that right now, these sort of natural these natural ecosystems, such as marine and terrestrial, such as forests, for example, are the only way that we have to remove carbon from the atmosphere and regulate Earth's temperature. So we don't currently have sort of an alternative technological way to do that on any sort of scale needed. And I think to kind of understand the importance of ecosystems in their sort of entirety and just the range of processes that occur within them and how that actually impacts us and creating a habitable planet is really, really crucial, I think, to sort of aid that deeper understanding of why these systems are so important to maintain.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to a last question, just looking here. Yes, a very nice question, I think. Is there a comprehensive and simple online resource page which you could recommend with credible sources on this subject, which we could use for our campaigns?
Ooh.
Yeah. Or would you have to think about that?
Yeah, let me have a think about that. It's not something I've come across. I know there are some kind of fact sheets and there are some online calculator tools that I know some organizations have used. But in terms of kind of everything in one place, yeah, it's not something I've come across.
No. You wouldn't know of an NGO which makes the translation from scientific data to what we can use to inform the public, for instance. I think that's the question.
Yeah, I mean, the nearest thing I can think of is a project that I was involved in, which was essentially a greenhouse gas calculator. So you can put in a recipe and all of the different amounts of food, and it will tell you the greenhouse gas footprint of that recipe and also the equivalent car miles, which is quite a good way to communicate, I think, if you're talking to the general public, for example, and they can relate that to something much more tangible to them.
Yeah.
And then you can obviously compare that with sort of a beef lasagna versus a lentil lasagna and all of those sort of interesting comparisons that help to demonstrate the impacts. I can definitely share a link to that resource that's publicly available. But in terms of sort of all of the literature and all of the different tools, it's not something I've come across.
Thank you. This was the last question for now. I thank you very much for joining us today, Alan. And well, we have literally we've got food for thought, which brings us to the next part of the program, which is lunch. So, thank you.
Thanks very much.
And thank you everybody for listening in this morning. We now have a break of half an hour, and we'll be back at 12:15 with a masterclass on food impact with the theme ecocide and food. And Barbara will be guiding you through the afternoon. So thank you very, very much for joining us this morning. And we'll see you back at 12:15 Central European Time.
Let's make this world a better place for people and animals. Let's start today. When we founded the world's first political party for the animals in 2002, many people responded with a mixture of disbelief and horror. How dare someone found a party for the animals when there are children starving in Africa, when wars are raging and refugees are on the run, when people are unemployed and we are running out of natural resources, when there are so many human problems that call for immediate solutions? Isn't the Party for the Animals against that backdrop sheer decadence, a form of species betrayal that prioritizes animals over people? Everyone who asked me that question back then received the same answer. The problems of animals and humans are inseparable. People and animals share a small planet that has lost its balance, mainly as a result of what people do to animals. I brought that into focus in the documentaries Meet the Truth and See the Truth, but there is more to say on the subject. The decisions we make in the kitchen do not only impact what we will serve for dinner, they also define what the world will look like for our children. That may seem like a problem for a distant future, but it is approaching fast. Scientists expect that around 2020 there will be millions of environmental refugees who make their way to the Northern Hemisphere in search for food. Anarchy is no more than 9 meals away. That's not a title of a cheesy Hollywood film or a conspiracy theory propagated by doom-mongers. It is the analysis of the British member of the House of Lords, Lord Cameron of Dillington. Lord Cameron is also a farmer and head of the UK's Countryside Agency. He warns about empty supermarket shelves and what that will lead to. But it's difficult for us even to imagine, because supermarkets today still offer a cornucopia of foods at lower than ever prices. But our food supply is teetering dangerously close to the edge. In 2050, according to the UN Agricultural Organization FAO, we will need 60% more food in order to feed the growing world population. This while the Earth is already under severe pressure. Our way of life has derailed the Earth's natural cycles. Nobody, except maybe the odd veggie patch enthusiast, is actively involved in its own food supply. And our generation in the West has never personally experienced real hunger. We live in an era of abundance and cannot imagine that could ever change. The animation Super by Johan Klungel, the Dutch entry for the Oscars in 2014, is a marvelous illustration.
Tasty. Tasty. Zo.
People in poor countries associate meat, dairy and eggs with affluence. It is a symbol of status, which means that demands for these products will also skyrocket in the future. And in its wake, so will the prices. By 2030, food prices are expected to rise by no less than 70 to 90%. It is hard to imagine now, but it is going to happen. This means that there won't be enough affordable food to feed the world. But why will the food prices rise so dramatically? And why are we not able to help developing countries produce their own food? I discussed this issue with Special Rapporteur for the Right to Food with the United Nations, Dr. Hilal Elver. The UN Rapporteur points out to countries their obligation to guarantee a sustainable food system. The UN concludes that only ecological agriculture will be able to feed the world. Their studies reveal the weaknesses of the current intensive and large-scale farming methods. This causes a lot of commotion in the mainstream food industry.
Bilbao, the north of Spain. This is where I meet Professor Hilal Elver at the Parabere conference. She's here to speak on behalf of the United Nations about the world food issue.
What is wrong in our food system? Number one, we are producing too much food. Number two, we are wasting too much food. Number three, we are using too many resources for this. Number four, we are using agricultural land not for food production, but for biofuel, animal food, and commodities. There's a serious issue. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Marianne Thieme.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. We're still facing a lot of hunger in the world, and we're also facing a growing population. Is there a need to increase the food production?
Well, when you ask this question, generally they say yes, but I think I would say no, because we need a food, but the right food, not the kind of industrialized, more commodified food production, which is extreme resource using issues. So we need a right system rather than a very yield-oriented policy.
The FAO predicts that food prices will rise dramatically. Why is that?
because existing system is very much based on fossil fuel economy and energy, and they are expecting that fossil fuel prices will be high, and then we have less agricultural land right now because many of them are already used, and the climate change also will affect food prices.
Yeah. So food prices will rise because of it's connected to the fossil fuel industry, but animal feed dictates also food prices, and when the meat consumption will rise in upcoming economies, then we really have a problem.
Yes, of course, because almost 40%, I think, the agricultural production goes to the animals. So if this will be reduced, then will be significant kind of space to regular food that people eat. Think about it, 40%. It's a huge amount of land and production goes directly to the animal.
Can you even say that giving so much soy and maize and all kinds of grains to animals for the meat industry is really a violation of the right to food?
Definitely violation of the right to food, because we are competing with the animal food and the people's food. But in traditional way, there is no competition, there is a kind of combination between the two.
Companies like Monsanto say that they feed the world. They work on food security by producing rice that is very healthy for children and so forth. What do you think about that?
Well, but this is, first of all, big ambitions. They're not going to feed the world. We know that, and they never did, and they're not going to do it, because corporations, not only Monsanto, there are other corporations doing the similar kind of things, but the Monsanto is the biggest one that we hear a lot. First of all, the idea of the corporations is making a profit. Anything profitable is good for the corporations. So yes, okay, you're going to try to give the rice to poor people, but the farmers should pay for it. It is not going to be free. So what will be the argument of we're gonna feed the world, and only with rice and putting a little bit vitamin to rice rather than diversifying vegetable, which is very important, and many of the projects that are doing this, not only rice, but next to rice field, it has to be some vegetables, which is very important in case of extreme emergency, for instance, about the extreme weather events, still they have something to eat. So this kind of big time of argument that feeding the world, whoever says this, it's a false.
What's the most sustainable choice one can make?
Let's put it this way, responsible agriculture is extremely important for the future, not for just the solidarity, but thinking about the planet.
Genetically engineered crops of companies like Monsanto aren't going to feed the world, says Dr. Elver, and with a production geared at feeding humans. A real green revolution.
It's a real green revolution, you're right. Well, of course, governments also should regulate something, but some libertarian thinks that we should not really interfere people's lifestyle. I think this is beyond the lifestyle, this is a protection of our future.
When I talk about cut down meat consumption and that the government really has to stimulate people to eat less meat, they say, well, we can't prescribe people what to eat or what not to eat. Then you really violate human rights.
Well, they say this, but if you look at the TV, what corporations are doing to us? We are hearing every day, every 24 hours, our children especially, they are bombarding by these commercials. So they are trying to change our lifestyle or eating. So this is also against our rights, right? Then they should regulate that corporations should not really push the people eat the wrong thing. because we have to go to this direction. We have no time, we have no way to go business as usual. It's so obvious from my perspective and from many people's perspective, agroecology is the future.
If the rest of the world will consume as much meat and all the kinds of products as we, the Westerners, do, what would the world look like?
There will not be any world in the future. So,
current hunger is not the result of insufficient production. No, not by a long shot. We throw away 1/3 of all the food we produce. And when we consider the yields of all the agricultural fields in the world, it is shocking to have to conclude that nearly half of it is used as cattle feed and not for direct human consumption. It is used to feed factory farming in the West. The food issue we are now facing is about wasting food, about what we eat and how we can properly distribute food. The Netherlands wants to be the world's butcher and milkman. Our country has the most livestock animals per square meter, 450 million animals per year. The majority is concentrated in the province of North Brabant. The residents of this province became immediate victims of the animal diseases such as acute fever and deal with high concentrations of fine particulates. People there are extremely concerned about public health and animal welfare and are forced to witness how one megastable after the other pops up in their area, each housing tens of thousands of pigs or chickens. It's no surprise that the provincial administration of North Brabant formed a committee to investigate how the livestock industry can be made more sustainable. And at the presentation of their report, the committee chairman, Daan van Doorn, said something very insightful. He stated that in order to maintain our current consumption pattern, we need an equivalent of 4 planets Earth. 4 planets Earth. The chairman also proposed a curious solution. Therefore, we'll have to further intensify our farming practices. We must build more factory farms in order to meet the growing demand for food. That's what he said. Maybe his recommendations have something to do with the fact that this chairman worked at the largest butcher in Europe. But they are the basis now of the agricultural policy in the Netherlands. So further intensification and producing on an even larger scale are the only answers the architects of our current agricultural system have to offer. Continue to upscale production to meet the short-term demand for food. But Einstein already knew we cannot solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. We are at a crossroads. Are we continuing the current path, the path of massive scales, intensification, and more? solutions we are offered today are, if we breed sows that have more piglets, we will breed sows with more nipples. If cows emit too many greenhouse gases, we will put them on an artificial diet. We keep pigs in completely confined stables with energy-guzzling air cleaners that are meant to filter out fine particulates and nitrogen. If we cannot sell parts of chickens and pigs in Western countries, we will dump them in Africa and Asia without giving a thought to the potential long-term consequences. It is a mortally ill system. A system with enormous risks of diseases and infestation. It is the path of free trade that allows us to kill off agricultural economies in developing countries through unfair competition. But there's also another path, an agricultural system that coexists in harmony with nature, the environment, with humans and animals, where we join forces with nature in an intelligent manner instead of fighting nature with agricultural pesticides, with closed natural cycles and without using artificial fertilizers, where farmers receive a fair price for the food they supply and natural processes are giving room to run their course, where we no longer waste food, but harvest in order to feed the world. And to achieve such a world, we will have to start eating differently. Why feed 25 kilos of cattle feed to a cow to get 1 kilo of meat in return, if we can utilize the agricultural land that is now used to grow feed to produce food that will be used to feed people directly? According to research by the University of Minnesota, we could feed an extra 4 billion people with the current agricultural land area, simply by choosing not to process crops to make feed and biofuels. The Dutch Scientific Council for Government Policy, one of the principal advisory bodies of the Dutch government, recently determined that we should stimulate a lower consumption and production of animal proteins. And recently, Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee of the American government also recommended a substantial decrease in the consumption of animal proteins, also in the interest of public health. The world's great minds have known for a long time that we need change. In 1918, Konrad Adenauer conceived a soy-based sausage in order to feed the world. Albert Einstein predicted in 1932 that a plant-based diet was the best option to promote health and feed the world in a sustainable manner. And in 1936, Winston Churchill thought of the concept of laboratory meat. They were far ahead of their time. We have no more time to lose now. And it's nonsense to believe that we aren't capable of changing the system. We have to revolt against the sick system that exploits farmers and animals and leads to starvation, climate change, water shortage, biodiversity loss, and animal disease crises. By changing the way we consume, by changing the way we live, and by inspiring others to make sustainable choices. Fork and knife are our mightiest weapons to preserve the world for future generations. One single planet, enough for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed. The earth provides a solution to every problem, but for every solution there is an economic interest to block it. If we put an end to our short-term, human-focused thinking, this can bring us closer to solutions for mankind, for animals, nature and the environment. Is there anything I can do? Is there anything you can do? Certainly, we all can. Thank you so much for listening. I'm sure we'll meet again. It's a small world.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome to the people joining via YouTube, the people joining via Facebook, and of course, our Congress participants joining via Zoom. I hope you all enjoyed a plant-based lunch and you feel ready and excited to start the second half of the program today. I'll start with some practical information. First of all, for those joining now for the first time, the times you see in the program are Central European Summertime times. We're based in Amsterdam. That's also why we're talking about lunch. We know that some of you are joining from elsewhere and might not have had lunch because it's a very different time. I want to also ask you all to share your questions in the chat. You can do this in the Zoom chat or on the comments on the social media channels. And you can do this already during the lectures when the speakers are giving their presentations, and then we will ask them on your behalf during the QA. For the Congress participants, we would like you to turn on your camera and mute yourselves. And don't forget to register for the master classes for tomorrow. There are 2 sessions of 2 master classes, so you can register for 2 only. And you can do this by using the sign up button on the virtual live platform. And then I'd also like to ask everyone to join our call for a fundamental change of our food system. You can do this by signing and sharing our Food Revolution petition. The link will be shared in the chat and in the comments on the social media platforms. And when you post about the Congress or about the petition on social media, please use the hashtags that you also see behind me, hashtag Food Revolution and hashtag Team Planet. That was the practical part of the start of the day, or the second half of the day. So it's my pleasure to introduce to you the next speakers. They are joining us online, and they are Jojo Mehta, the Executive Director of Stop Ecocide International. She is on a mission to support the establishment of ecocide as a crime at the International Criminal Court. She will be joined by Lammert van Raan. He is a member of parliament for the Partij for the Animals in the Netherlands. And last year he submitted a proposal in the Dutch House of Representatives to criminalize ecocide. Together they will host a masterclass on ecocide and food. Welcome Jojo and Lammert. I hope they're with us. They are. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'm very happy that you're here. And I give the floor to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we're probably going to start with a kind of background presentation from me, and then Lammert will be following with more about the political implications, the situation in the Netherlands, and so on. So with your permission, I'd like to give you all some background information and a little sense of what's important about this move to criminalize ecocide and where it is now, and the potential that it brings, particularly in the context of today. So ecocide is generally understood as severe harm to nature, so meaning to destroy the environment. In terms of the root of the word, it comes from Greek and Latin. So the Greek oikos, meaning home, and the Latin cedere, to kill. So to kill one's home. And eco, of course, has come to mean relating to the environment. In other words, to our planetary home. And this global view of home is relatively recent. We've only been able to view and photograph, of course, the Earth from space since just over 50 years ago. And from that moment, our planetary perspective changed. Suddenly, home had a whole new meaning. So nowhere, at least as far as our technology has been able to discern, is there any evidence of any planet like Earth, anywhere else that can sustain life as we know it. And for the last nearly 12,000 years of relative climate stability, that is exactly what our planetary home has done. Sustain life as we know it, facilitating the spread and the technological advance of human civilization. So while this has, of course, benefited many in terms of material comfort, life expectancy, societal support structures, and so forth, this advance has increasingly taken place within a framework of thought, a particular framework that perceives nature as something other, as a resource to be exploited, or even as a foe to be conquered. And indeed, the Oxford English Dictionary actually defines nature as opposed to humans. And with this perspective, ever since the Industrial Revolution, we have been, perhaps at first unwittingly, but now recklessly and even knowingly, we've been disrupting the biological, the chemical, the atmospheric systems on whose stable interaction we intimately and deeply depend. And greenhouse gas emissions are just one part of this story. Bit by bit, with every felled forest, every polluted river system, every species extinction, oil spill, toxic waste leak, nuclear or mining disaster, we are committing ecocide. Relentlessly and with startling speed, we are killing our home. And along the way, we're exacerbating social injustice, racial inequality, and resource conflicts. And because our legal system doesn't treat environmental destruction with the seriousness that we're now beginning to realize that it warrants, we are doing this currently with impunity. Now, interestingly, the first use of the word ecocide dates from around the same time as our first perceptions of the entire planet as our home. It was coined by a biologist. I'll come back to the slide in a little bit if you don't mind. It was coined by a biologist, Arthur Galston, who helped develop the defoliant Agent Orange and then was deeply shocked by its use to such devastating effect in the Vietnam War. And on the public international stage, the word ecocide was first used by Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme at the UN Environment Conference, the first environment conference in Stockholm in 1972. And he pointed out that the air and the oceans and that the future of our environment are a common phenomenon. They're not something we can address individually or even as individual nations. The future of the environment is a common future that affects us all. And in particular, he stated that destruction brought about by large-scale use of bulldozers and pesticides, and it's interesting in the context of today's event that he picks out those particular examples. Anyway, he says that this is an outrage sometimes described as ecocide, which requires urgent international attention. And 50 years later, almost 50 years later, the world is at last beginning to pay attention to this concept of ecocide. It's been discussed in the background of political and legal circles, but the re-emergence of this word into public discourse is largely credit to one UK lawyer, Polly Higgins, who was a very dear friend of mine and is no longer with us, and with whom I launched the Stop Ecocide International campaign back in 2017. And this campaign focuses in particular on progressing the establishment of ecocide as an international crime. We believe it should sit alongside genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity as an atrocity level crime. Now, some query whether it should be compared with genocide, and our response is that while it is certainly not the same crime, it is of a deadly serious nature, and it belongs in this international category. The global threat posed by the destruction of nature in the planet-wide crisis that we're now facing is not just to a people, to a whole people, or to part of a people, as with genocide, but to many millions of species, including birds, insects, animals, but of course also including us. As grassroots movements, such as Fridays for Future, the school strikes, and Extinction Rebellion, and others, have been pointing out, especially in the last 2 years, that we are facing an existential threat to life as we know it. And in this context, and indeed helped by those mobilizations and the window of conversation that those mobilizations have opened in the global media, our campaign has been rapidly gaining momentum. Indeed, we've just passed a key milestone. Last month, an expert panel of top international criminal and environmental lawyers convened by our foundation, the Stop Ecocide Foundation, proposed a legal definition of the term suitable for adoption into the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, as a fifth crime, alongside genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and the crime of aggression, which was added more recently, giving us, of course, the hopeful signal that amending this document is possible. While there have been working definitions of ecocide before, this particular drafting project arose in direct response to political demand. So both to the explicit call of the climate vulnerable island nations, Vanuatu and the Maldives, who at the end of 2019 directly called at the International Criminal Court for serious consideration of adding ecocide, and whose countries, of course, are directly impacted by rising sea levels and heavy tropical storms. They're on the sharp end of the effects of climate change right now. But it also responded to an immediate request from Swedish parliamentarians who approached us last summer and said, well, this is clearly your area of expertise. Would you be able to convene or commission a clear definition that states could actually consider and propose potentially at the ICC? So now if we could show that first slide, you'll be able to see the incredibly concise core definition of ecocide, which the panel distilled. And what they emerged with as a core definition is just one paragraph long. Ecocide is unlawful or wanton acts committed with knowledge that there is a substantial likelihood of severe and either widespread or long-term damage to the environment being caused by those acts. And you'll notice it doesn't describe what acts those might be. And that's very important because, as we've realized over the last decades, we can't predict what awful ecocidal practices might be dreamed up between one year and the next. But what we can do is potentially circumscribe what level of harm any act is allowed to create. And that has been that is ultimately the focus of this very simple definition. But don't be fooled, in the sense that this definition is strongly based on previous legal precedent, and every word and phrase and conjunction in that sentence has been very carefully considered. And we can potentially come back a bit later to more detail on the definition of those terms that are within that paragraph. But for now, you can close the slides again for now, thank you. The warmth of response to this legal definition has been remarkable. And literally within a week of launching, there were articles in over 100 global publications, from the Financial Times to Der Spiegel, and from Bloomberg to Le Monde. I've just done an interview for a large Dutch newspaper as well, NRC. And it has also prompted political action. So just as a couple of examples, in Bangladesh, the Environment, Forests and Climate Change Committee has recommended that ecocide be codified. Diplomats in the Caribbean have been recommending that the whole Caribbean community pay attention to this definition. And encouragingly, even in the UK, my home country, there has now been an amendment added to the government's Environment Bill, which includes the newly released definition in full. So all of these diplomats and politicians are now joining a conversation which actually already includes EU states such as France and Belgium, and of course via the amazing campaigning work of Lammert, the Netherlands too, and also already has the support of public figures as influential and diverse as Pope Francis, Greta Thunberg, and even Paul McCartney. Now, since the International Criminal Court's mandate is the prosecution of individuals, the addition of ecocide to the list of crimes which are considered, and this is how the ICC describes them, the crimes of most serious concern to the international community as a whole, this would make key corporate and political actors personally liable to criminal prosecution in any member state which ratifies the crime, should their decisions threaten severe and either widespread or long-term environmental damage. It thus creates an enforceable deterrent to help prevent finance from flowing at all to projects that could destroy ecosystems. Because nothing concentrates the mind like having one's personal freedom on the line. Very different to being able to hide behind the corporate veil and simply dole out fines and adjust your budget to do so. However, more than that and beyond that, ecocide law may prove to be not just a stick, but also a carrot in that well-known metaphor. So setting a criminal parameter will not only steer activity away from hazards, so acting, if you like, as a kind of health and safety law for the planet, but it is also likely to stimulate innovation and development. So in a healthy direction, in a wide range of economic sectors. And many of the solutions, as we know, many of the solutions we need to transition to sustainability are already available. Renewable energy, circular economy, and particularly relevant to this audience, regenerative agriculture. But these methods and practices are not being supported or developed at scale, while the finance continues to flow towards the same old destructive practices, leaving those who want to do the right thing at a distinct disadvantage. So criminalizing ecosystem destruction could help to encourage all of those who are moving in the right direction and to encourage political policy and subsidies to flow in a better direction as well. It could also act as a foundational support. It could shore up, it could strengthen the whole edifice of environmental law globally. It's a relatively new body of law and is still not taken as seriously as more longer established and more anthropocentric forms of law that defend people or property. And so having a law at the top level that puts environmental destruction on a par with destruction of people, it will support all of those working to improve regulation and to improve best practice, from frontline activists to academics, scientists, NGOs, and policymakers. And there is, of course, a huge potential relevance here to the production of food, as agribusiness accounts for a significant percentage of climate change exacerbating emissions, but also potential ecocides of a very direct kind. Perhaps the first to spring to mind might be Amazon deforestation, 70% of which is felled to make way for cattle production, including the soy used to feed the livestock. However, one might also think of certain industrial approaches to fishing, for example, such as bottom trawling, which can devastate the seabed and ruin entire marine ecosystems indiscriminately. And while it would no doubt be naive to believe that establishing this crime would be a silver bullet for all of our environmental woes, or even prevent all ecocides. I mean, murder's been a crime as long as we can remember, but it doesn't stop people being killed. However, it does change norms. It changes what's acceptable. And it is also difficult to see how current practices will really change without a hard stop intervention of this kind. So a food and farming report from the UN 5 years ago now, in 2016, clearly stated that if we are to feed the world and a growing population, this is not impossible, but with our current approach will not work, and that local farming methods adapted to local landscapes are actually the logical route to take. But in practice, we haven't seen adequate policy or investment to follow that direction. And with a sort of safety rail like ecocide law, this could finally be set in motion. But I think perhaps, and I'll finish with this for now, I think perhaps the most powerful effect of defining and criminalizing ecocide as an international crime might be that of beginning to shift our cultural and moral assumptions. So our understanding of our place in and our responsibility towards the natural world is in grave need of a reality check. And I'm sure that this audience will be very understanding of that need and that that hopeful possibility that this law and that other aspects will could bring into play in this regard. I find it an interesting irony that indigenous leaders and faith leaders like the Pope, spiritual leaders in a way, are the ones who are calling out our current system as not relating to reality, because in reality, we're deeply embedded in the natural world and we deeply depend on it. So calling out and condemning ecocide for what it is could be exactly what we need if we're going to begin to transform our relationship with the earth from one of harm to one of harmony. And that, in turn, it could be that that's the very best way to ensure that our children and our children's children will still be able to call this beautiful planet home. Thank you.
Polly springs to mind. And Jojo, I think, I'm not entirely sure, I'm pent up here in a hotel room. So I'm assuming we're now live. And thank you for these incredible words. And indeed, your definition that you proposed. Oh, I understand. I'm now live. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you, Jojo. And let me reiterate what an incredible pleasure and honor it is to present this workshop, this masterclass together with you. And yeah, you spoke on this new definition on ecocide law, the 200 words that could be incredibly important to change history. So thank you, and thank you for listening to me. I'll spend some 10 minutes talking on how we in the Netherlands put forward an initiative proposal. Could I have the first slide? Actually, could I have the second slide? There we are. So this is the situation we're currently facing. A branch on which we're sitting, and you see a white. You now see probably two white males. One of them is me, and the other one is the guy sawing off the branch on which he's sitting. Next slide, please. And that indicates the situation we're in. And in fact, we were both, I think, struck by this proverb, or just saying by Ansel Adams, famous photographer, and that in fact, we as a movement, and this is not only our political movement, but also the Stop Ecocide movement, that we have to fight our own government to save the environment. And this is something that sticks in my mind. The next slide, please. So as Jojo already mentioned, we are standing on the shoulder, a particular big shoulder, large shoulders of one particular woman, Polly Higgins, you see in the middle. And we both had the honor to work with her, as had these two other women. By the way, it's the second from the left, who is Polly. And here is a slide from an initiative proposal I wrote for a city council, a member of a political party, Jonas van Lammeren in Amsterdam in 2015. It was produced in 2016, to start awareness. And the reason I am so much touched by the concept of ecocide law is that it embodies, it gives us a weapon, in fact, and a stick and a carrot, as Jojo said, to have a counterbalance against international forces, globalized forces like money or investments, who have no really countervailing power. And indeed, the very act, the very legal framework of ecocide makes it possible to have a very powerful counter frame. Next slide, please. So, and the reason I was we were very stimulated to write this initiative paper in the Netherlands was when I had a debate with the Minister of Foreign Aid and Foreign Affairs, who is a very sophisticated woman and a very experienced diplomat. She was before she became a minister. And in this debate on foreign trade, I posed a question on what her thoughts were on ecocide. And to our stupefaction, she said, well, ecocide, mind you, and 2020. Ecocide, what is this? I'm not really sure what it is. And so that gave the immediately the reason for writing it and make this initiative paper, on which I tell a bit more in a few seconds. But first of all, we're going to do a little experiment to see if we can have a poll, the first question on the poll. And so I'm going to ask the technicians who is currently working the poll to pose the first question and to make this this happen. And I'll shut up for a minute. Okay, so can I get a clue when the poll is finished? I think it seems to stabilize. And from where I'm standing, the third option, which is, to be honest, too small for me to read, it's my mistake, is deforestation. Exactly. Okay, so perhaps it is clear that all mentioned are part of ecocide, and deforestation, as also Jojo said, is also very much related to the topic we are discussing right now, which is, of course, the agricultural issues. Can we have the next slide? So what kind of, sorry, the next poll. Yeah. Please mention them all if you can. Okay, let's close the poll. The right answer correctly is all of them, and that's also an aspect on why we wrote this initiative paper, because certainly amongst the politicians in the Netherlands, there isn't a broad sense that ecocides can be found amongst all the items mentioned here. And it shouldn't be as surprising when you delve into it, then it becomes obvious. But when you buy packets of almonds or hazelnuts in the supermarket, it's not immediately clear that there's a whole system of destruction behind it. So, and of course, can I have the next slide? The great inspiration comes from Polly Higgins, who said that we have to have a new law. You have to envision a new law that protects us from this great destruction, which was echoed to a certain effect by Greta Thunberg when she said we need to change the rules. And on the next slide, when you click, you see me and Marianne and Esther posing as Greta Thunberg during a protest, a march, but obviously that wasn't enough. So there we are during a protest. So we decided to write an initiative paper ourselves. And if I can have the next slide, please, and click based on this definition that Jojo just gave, the 200 words that could be, in fact, history. Next slide, please. And I think something has changed in the order of slides. But let's stay with this one. Let's stay with this one. So in this initiative paper, we give a broad overview on all the aspects that Jojo already mentioned, so we can discuss this later on. But the main thing of an initiative paper is that we have 10 points that we want the Dutch government to decide upon, and we have grouped them in 5 subgroups, and I will briefly mention the 5. First of all, support a call for an international law of ecocide. Very clearly, this is needed, and indeed, you see here on the middle slide, you see one of the persons who was very much involved in drawing this initiative paper. He's Raki Ap, and he's a member of the Free West Papua movement, who is very vocal on getting the indigenous perspective towards nature as part of actually policy making. And on the left, down in the left corner, you see me with Ralph, who is a minister from Vanuatu, who is one of the most driven countries, island states in the Pacific, who's also a strong member of ecocide law, because of course his nation is one of the first nations to really suffer from the consequences of climate change brought forward by ecocide. And the interesting part is, and that's why it's great to be part of this international movement, as you all are who are watching this in this international movement, is that Raki Ap in the picture and Ralph know each other now, because West Papua is planning to offer asylum to the island states once the island states might go under. And so it's very important and very enlightening to see those connections, those points, those dots being connected to each other. And when Jojo mentioned famous people to get awareness, also in the middle you see me with, on the left-hand side, you see me with the secretary of the IPCC panel, who's also very much aware now that ecocide law could be very instrumental to battle climate change. As is, for instance, and that is support call for international law, Member of Parliament on the right-hand side down below is Marie Toussaint, who is very vocal in the Euro Parliament to move ecocide law forward. Next slide, please. So the second one is the promote the international corporate social responsibility. As you know, the results of our food system and the results of our international globalization is deforestation, is horrendous damage to our ecosystems. And so the international corporate social responsibility is now being drawn up by how you say it, confidence. And there's no forceful corporate social responsibility enforced. It's all talks and it's all rather freewheeling. And so the second thing we call upon is international social responsibility. Party of the Animals in the Netherlands, as I'm sure in other countries, has a constant barrage, and you see an example here of questions that we ask to our government in results to, in this case, the Democratic Republic of Congo, in which the palm oil production is causing havoc. Next slide. So the other one, the third, is reinforce the rule of law in countries across the globe. And here you see, and I must admit, it looks a bit like Photoshop is being used to put me in a group of indigenous people. But in fact, what was very striking in this meeting, this was a group of people from New Guinea who came to our parliament, Dutch parliament, and whereas some parties felt the need to express their sorrow and their willingness to help these indigenous people? How could the Dutch politician help them? In fact, what was very striking is that on this visit, they came to warn us, the Western society, and they came to offer their help with an indigenous perspective on how to properly live with nature. So reinforce the rule of law in countries across the globe, especially where the rule of law is not that strong. And perhaps it's now time to have the next poll that poses a question on this issue. So, and this poll is on, in how many countries do you think ecocide law already exists? And perhaps yep. Number 5. Okay, thank you very much. Well, the correct answer is 9. There's a 9 in 9 countries. You see already some form of ecocide law, but in fact, currently, as our initiative paper also outlines, is the weaker the rule of law in a country, the more beautiful the ecocide laws are. So especially, for instance, we have in Ukraine, there's an ecocide law which was put in place after a tremendous damage to the environment was done. And here you see that laws are being drawn up, sometimes in countries that don't have that stronger rule of law to begin with. And perhaps we can have the next poll immediately as well. In how many countries are there initiatives currently going on? That is correct. In 10 countries, there's currently initiative on the way. And once again, I'd like to stress how important it is that you see yourselves as indeed a worldwide movement, not only on the current topics that the Party for the Animals, of course, is its core, but also on the issue of ecocide. And these are very much interlinked, as our initiative paper shows. Can I have the next slide, please? I want to speed it up a bit. So again, also we promote in this initiative assign rights to the environment. So we see that as the same coin, different side of the same coin. Because on the one hand, you have to protect with very strict laws, ecocide law. On the other hand, we feel that having a right of nature themselves could be very, very powerful. On the left-hand side, it's very obvious. You see a very destructive picture of a rainforest. But on the right-hand side, you might not suspect this, but here you have the view of a desert. It doesn't look like a desert, but in fact, it is a desert. It is a very intensely worked piece of farmland, which is chemically almost dead. The soil, because of the use of the pesticides. So assign rights to the environment will really be a boon to also protect, not only protect it, but also make it far more sensible that if you, according to the ecocide definition, unlawful or wanton acts committed to have it destroyed, you will be punishable by law. Next slide, please. And last one, last of the 5, and again, there's 10 in total, but we have grouped them in a subgroup of 5. Conduct a follow-up investigation into ecocide, because so many things are not yet uncovered or clear, and there needs to be far more publicity. There needs to be far more awareness. Also, for instance, that the discussion on ecocide law is not a, I would say it's not a cozy talks amongst lawyers that decide, well, let's make it the 5th crime in the Statute of Rome. In fact, it's a battle behind the scenes. It's a war with words. And in fact, it became clear when we in the Netherlands made this initiative paper that in the middle of the 90s, ecocide law was to be included in the Statute of Rome. But 4 countries in which the Dutch played a very, I would say, a very doubtful role. On the last minute, the definition was dropped. So that's another thing. We need to look at our past, the role we played, and how we can put it into law. The thing I also want to note, let's leave it for the discussion. The last slide, please. The last slide, please. And I think this says everything, pointing fingers at the nature, and in the meantime we're destroying everything. So ecocide law, very important instrument to put in our hands. Thank you very much. Let's open up for discussion.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for these very interesting presentations. I really like this harm to harmony phrase that you used, Jojo. We received quite a few questions via the chat, so I'm going to be posing them to you. Not all of them are assigned to one of you specifically, so maybe for some of them you can decide if you'd like to answer, ask the other person to do so. The first question came in via YouTube, and they're asking, does this law also include the care of oceans or seas against industrial fishing? Because we know that the outlook that our oceans will be empty by 2048, right, if no action is taken.
Definitely, and let me first tell you what a pleasure it is to see you here, Barbara.
Nice to see you.
But the definition, as Jojo actually, Jojo, you can answer this far better than I do.
Yeah, it's
apologies for starting to talk. I'm a politician.
No.
So,
it's completely fine. It's completely fine. Don't worry. Yes, there's certainly the potential for this law to address what you're asking about in terms of the marine environment. I don't know if it's possible to put my second slide onto the screen. If it is, then great. But I'll certainly refer to the definitions that elaborate that first paragraph around what the unlawful and wanton acts. For example, the term widespread means damage extending beyond a limited geographic area, crossing state boundaries, or suffered by an entire ecosystem or species, or a large number of human beings. So one can see how a context of the marine environment could fall under that, as indeed could the definition of severe, which involves very serious adverse changes, disruption or harm to any element of the environment. And the way that the group who've defined this very broad international group of lawyers is they've taken the environment to they've looked to earth science or earth system science for a definition of the environment. So environment means the earth, it means its biosphere, cryosphere, lithosphere, hydrosphere, and atmosphere, which is basically incredibly broad, and would certainly include marine environments. And it's very important because it's very important in that context that ecocide law should be an international law, because of course large areas of the ocean fall outside of national jurisdictions. So there needs to be an approach from the international level in order to be able to sort of reach that aspect of the environment.
Yes, and may I add a political instrument, because and the importance of this definition. What we did and what we were doing, to be honest, quite some time ago, is to when we debate in Parliament, or when we pose questions to our ministers on destruction, we now can really use the wording and the phrasing of the definition. So, for instance, the unlawful or wanton acts committed with the knowledge, also known as recklessness, we now use those terms in our political language. So to also familiarize politicians with those terms, and also to make people aware that maybe not now, but within like 5 to 10 years, they have been warned that they were acting reckless, so they can't deny that they were being reckless. So I think the definition is really important, and also you can really, because there's also a masterclass on how to act politically, you can really use the wording in your work, so as to spread it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. There was a question from Lebanon asking if they could have the script of the ecocide law. And also I understood, Lammert, that from the Dutch initiative there's also translations available, right? So maybe you can provide some more information on where to find this.
Yes, of course, thank you. First of all, I was delighted to find the links to the English, Arabic and French version in the documentation of this conference. And so there you can find it. We're also working on a Spanish translation. So everybody can use it. However, be aware that we wrote this initiative paper in 2020, and we will make sure we'll do an update on the definition, because as Jojo said, that definition became available only 2 weeks ago in this breakthrough announcement in which very impressive lawyers worked on this definition.
Yeah, I would just add to that in terms of the, obviously Lammert has given information about the initiative paper that they've put together. If you're looking for the core text and the commentary on the definition itself, you can find it on our website, which is stopecocide.earth, and you'll see there's a section in the drop-down menu on legal definition. You can also find it on our legal and academic website, which is ecocidelelaw.com. So you can find the English there. On the Stop Ecocide site, we already have an official Spanish translation. There's a French one coming soon, and we have unofficial translations so far in German and Finnish, but there are others on the way, including Dutch and Swedish.
Wow, thank you, that's great. Another person on YouTube asked if there is any time left. And this person's writing, we have only 9 or 10 years to change into an ethical, vegan, plant-based food system. So how and what to do now?
Well, yeah, of course, the urgency is very clear. And again, what we see and what we feel, and I think, Jojo, I'd like to hear your perspective on it as well, but it really goes very rapidly now. The awareness of the problem, and that really something should be done. And this conference also helps. So really, changing. The ball is really rolling quicker and quicker, accelerating.
I think that's absolutely true, and I think there's a couple of things worth saying around the sort of timescale issue. One is that the actual concept of ecocide, the word itself, really helps in gathering the momentum, because there's such a wide awareness that there's serious damage happening to nature in many different areas, and having a word that brings that all together as this is all serious damage and destruction of nature is very helpful. And of course, as soon as people understand that word and that's what it means, there's almost an intuitive moral response. Well, that's wrong, that should be stopped, how is that even being allowed? And that in itself really helps to gather the momentum on this around this concept. And it's very empowering and encouraging to know that where we have campaigns on the ground and associate groups on the ground in different countries, which we now have in 17 or 18 countries, those are also often the places where in the political discourse, the ecocide is becoming more of a live conversation. So that's very encouraging, because it shows that everybody who's having those conversations in their own country, in their own language, in their own sector, is actively influencing this conversation at the political level, because we can see that by which politicians and diplomats are then coming to us saying, what's this thing about ecocide? So that's very encouraging. The other thing I think it's worth mentioning about timings is that, as we're hearing from the UN, we're hearing from the scientists, this is kind of the decisive decade for us to do something about the situation with ecocide. It's also important. Sorry, there's a slight sort of sound issue going on. I'm quite
sorry.
sure.
I don't know if it's us.
Yeah, I think it is. I can hear you. I don't know if I should be able to be hearing you. So the other issue with timing is this, that with ecocide law, it's actually quite important that we are not trying to put this in place tomorrow. And the reason that that's the case is that for countries to legislate for this by themselves is a little bit scary. There are, obviously economic relationships already in place. The implication of changing a ground rule that is so fundamental, and it's been beautifully defined by the lawyers to actually enable it to intermesh with existing laws. So that's really amazing. But it does require a transition period. Now, it can't be a long one. We know we don't have a lot of time, but we also know that some time is required for politicians to actually put in place transition policies, for the corporate world to look at compliance pathways. How do we approach, infrastructure projects? How do we approach, the food production? How do we approach all of these things in the knowledge that within a few years, this rule is going to change. And therefore, we need to be able to address that. And so all of this conversation that's happening, in the Netherlands, in France, in Belgium, in all of these other 10 countries where this is coming up, and in the global media, is really important. Because what it does is it says to those policymakers, those investors, those insurers in particular, this is a rule that is coming. It may not be here yet, but it's coming. And that means that we have to already be looking at shifting our focus and what is insurable and what is not. And interestingly, Polly Higgins had a conversation with one of the big reinsurance companies, the ones who insure the insurers. And this was a few years ago. Obviously, she's not around now. But effectively, what they said to her is, we know a law like this is coming. We just don't know when. And so effectively, this movement is attempting to accelerate a moment of inevitability, because we all know that we cannot continue ad infinitum to destroy ecosystems as we're doing. But what we want to do is bring this rule in place while we still have a chance of actually protecting them. Rather than it being, the last minute thing when, all the trees are cut down and we're there with our last tree going, oh, we should have brought that rule in earlier.
All right.
Exactly. And if I may, just one addition. That's in fact when we first drew it, and let me take this opportunity to also mention Sepideh Orafa as a co-author, Stella Peterson, who is at the conference right now, who is a co-author. Many people contributed to it, but our first draft was very, I would say, aggressive towards. But we changed the tune because indeed the awareness, and we have to start a discussion and with the politicians so that they are aware that it is coming. And in fact, I really see it this year as the tipping point of ecocide. There's many tipping points in the environment, but this is one tipping point we are making together.
Wow, that's a very passionate and engaging response. Thank you. There's a question from Chiel, and I think they were piqued interest by your avocado poll, Lammert, because they're asking, can you tell us more about the avocados and why they're related to ecocide? Is that because of export and import, because of transport, or are there other reasons? Because for Chiel, it's a very traditional fruit, of course.
No, of course, and it has to do, the real answer, it has to do with the invisibility of avocado trade and production. When I must admit, when I bought an avocado 5 years ago, you buy an avocado and think, okay, I'm doing the right thing because I'm plant-based, it's healthy, etc. Until you discover there's a whole network, the whole global network of an avocado production, and what it takes to get an avocado on my table there's a whole system in place which is very destructive. So in our initiative paper, we have the case of avocado production as a sign case, how much water is involved, what is involved in the production, but also how to get it in the Netherlands. So transport, packaging, selling, reselling. There's also a social justice component in it. There's land grabbing involved. Again, and this is of course also very in line with our own policy of the party. Food should be produced as close to where it's consumed as possible. So for Chile, it's fine probably to have avocados, but we can't really question if it's such a good idea to eat avocados in the Netherlands.
Thank you.
If we not grow them here.
So I have a follow-up question from Greece, and they're asking if we put meat and
olives.
avocado together and state them as reasons for ecocide, how can we use it as an argument that we have to move to a plant-based food system?
Well, do you want to comment, Jojo? Or?
I mean, I would comment in the most general terms, and I expect Lambert might be able to come back on more specifics. But in general terms, the agribusiness generally, or it's the mass production and industrial farming of meat particularly, but also of course of plant aspects of our diet that is the key problem with regard to ecocide. So in terms of seeing a law of ecocide approaching, what we would be wanting policymakers and producers and so on to do is to be looking at two things. What are our methods and what scale are we operating on? And that, and that comes back again to that recommendation from the UN, now several years old, that effectively local farming and local approaches that are compatible with local landscapes are actually the healthiest and the most likely to actually succeed in feeding our communities in the best way. And one of the aspects of ecocide law that is really interesting actually is that it criminalizes those who are the key decision makers. So as with genocide, you're not approaching the foot soldiers with that law, you're approaching the controlling minds or the generals. And the same would be true of ecocide. So what you're looking at is being able to go as high up the chain in a given situation as possible to find where those key decisions are being made. And there's a nice aspect to that, which is almost a sort of a rebalancing factor, because I mean, currently, for example, the International Criminal Court is kind of known for having made relatively few prosecutions and mostly of African warlords. And, there's this sort of imbalance with ecocide between, where it's financed and where those decisions are made and where the ecocides actually happen, which is often in the global south. So if you're aiming your law at the top decision makers, there is the potential for actually bringing that home to the global north, if you like, in terms of creating that responsibility. Anyway, I'll leave Lambert to go into perhaps more specifics if he'd like to do that.
Well, no, I think you were quite specific, to be honest. But what I can add is the following: it's the realization that the system, the intense factory farming, etc., but also this production of avocados, as we just were discussing, they came from the roots of that system. Was a proper one. So the whole agricultural revolution in the 50s was brought forward to never have hunger again. So it started out as a good idea, to be honest. Not on animals, of course, because eating animals is never a good idea, but also on farming, on agriculture. It started out as we should not ever have hunger again. So it started out as really a good idea. But 50, 60, 70, 80 years down the line, with the freedom of money, of capital, that has become perverse. So, and I think I want to add the realization that intends to start out as a good idea is no longer a good idea. And politicians, once they're aware of it, they are more likely to shift if they see it's okay, we were not wrong in the 50s, but what was right in the 50s is not proper for the 20s. In fact, I have an example. I think it was a particular kind of beans which are grown in South America, were flown to China to be packaged, to be sold in Europe, and that is a result of the system we live in, which optimizes for costs and not for preserving of nature. But that started out as a good idea, believe it or not.
Yeah.
And that realization is really crucial.
Yeah, I think it's also worth thinking about the fact that this also goes even further back towards our relationship with nature and how we treat nature in regard to our finances.
Definitely.
Because of course, if you actually, in reality, I mean, obviously I could go to the supermarket and I could buy a piece of organic produce and it will be more expensive, but it will be more reflective of the actual cost of producing the food. Whereas if I'm buying the mass-produced item, it may be cheaper, but in reality it's not cheaper because the impacts on the environment are not being costed in to
True.
that production. So there's a whole kind of imbalance there in terms of that. And I think the other thing that we also need to bear in mind as eaters of plant-based foods is that we also have to take into consideration things like, the use of pesticides and the mass growing of plant food substances as well. And not least because the insect ecosystems globally are absolutely crucial to the survival of, pretty much every other level of our flora and fauna. Although the vast majority of the damage is caused by the meat industry, we also need to take into account the fact that, that mass production of plant-based food is also highly problematic with regards to the influence on ecosystems. So that we need this combination of what Lammert was talking about before, which is the localization, the increasing localization of food production, as well as sort of scaling. I mean, more farmers rather than fewer farmers and larger farms. Is also
Exactly.
going to make a huge difference.
Exactly.
Thank you. So we are almost out of time. I want to ask you one final question. Hope you can answer it within the time we still have left. It's a question from YouTube.
This was a hint, I guess.
This is a challenge.
Go on.
So the last question is, what is the best way to take ecocide law forward with our regional and national legislators?
Okay, shall I answer?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Well, take our initiative paper, take the information that is stacked on what Jojo said, and start the discussion and start using the language of ecocide and start with I would say a reasonable conversation, divided in extremes, but also with your politician and to activate to really make it sharp, but also let people come to their own realization. As Jojo said, once you see the definition, once you have a discussion on ecocide, people will be amazed that it was not prohibited and banned 100 years ago. And that would be my shortest advice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'd second that. I'd also advise, of course, anyone to go to our website, stopecocide.earth, where we have a huge menu of different actions that you can take. And we're also rolling out a kind of across our different campaigns, a kind of manifesto where organizations can also get behind this. But as Lammert says, there's something about this campaign that on one level is the easiest campaign in the world, because,
Exactly.
I have yet to encounter anybody on a one-to-one basis that thinks this is a bad idea. I don't think anyone, regardless of whether they're working for Shell or whether they're, an organic farmer, it's ultimately it's a no-brainer. People
it's an idea whose time will come.
Exactly.
It's really an idea whose time has come, and nothing is as powerful as that. And so, no, sorry. Go on.
No, I mean, I think, and again, just coming back to the fact that the word itself and the concept, just talk about it. Talk about it in your networks. Talk about it in your family. Talk about it in your social circles. It's very, very powerful.
Right. Thank you. We're out of time. Please join me in thanking Lammert and Jojo. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did. And you are ready for our next guest who are joining us here in Amsterdam. So allow me to introduce to you Kees Kruithof. He's the chairman and CEO of the Live Kindly Collective. He left Unilever in 2019 after 27 years as one of the leading people there. He is passionate about using the private sector as a force for good, and he is on a mission to make plant-based living the new norm. Also welcome Sophie Cavani. She's a journalist writing about animal welfare, agriculture, climate impact of animal products and animal rights for The Guardian and other international media. Sophie will interview Kees and host a Q&A session afterwards. And before I give the floor to them, we show you a short video of Live Kindly. And after that, the interview will start.
Kees, good afternoon again. You've been introduced. I'm just going to go over it briefly again. You were with Unilever, one of the largest fast-moving consumer goods companies in the world, for 27 years, and you moved to found the Live Kindly Collective. I don't know where you want to start, but you could either start with what you did with Unilever or what you're doing now. But my first question, I think, would be, what is life going to be like in a plant-based world? Because I think that's where you're headed.
Yeah, thank you so much. And it's absolutely great to be here at this event and even physically be here together. Let me start with 27 years of Unilever, because you know, what that did for me was getting the opportunity to work, live, and experience all in all the different continents around the world, what the food system is all about. And I think is that, you know, with that understanding, you have also the ability to include and transcend systems into a next phase. And, you know, let's start with the fact is that the thing that I learned most as part of the Unilever journey was that we created something which was called the Unilever Sustainable Living Plan. And that was really to use the company as a force for good, and that therefore you can choose as a company to make a positive impact. For Unilever, that is 2.5 billion consumers every day. And through our brands and our systems, we really try to optimize that. Having said that, what we've also recognized is that actually, you know, the current food system is completely broken.
What does that mean?
Yeah, exactly. And what it means is that, and I think is that the previous two people were talking about it as well. You know, in the 1950s, when there was the old food system for 3.5 to 3 billion people, at least, you know, it could handle in our current, with our current construct of the planet. Of course, you know, already then it's not a good idea to eat animals, but at least, you know, the total demand of food versus the supply of food at least was able to do that in balance with nature. Now with 7.7 billion people, there is just no way that we can continue to do that. So the first point is 91% of the Amazon deforestation comes out of the animal-based food system. And so all these elements come out of the sheer size and scale which is required because of the number of people and indeed, you know, the middle class increasing. Just think about what has happened in China by itself. And so what our, therefore, mission is to make plant-based living the new norm. And
so you're talking about something, for example, you just mentioned the Amazon there, so deforestation on a huge scale to grow the plants to feed the animals that we eat.
Yeah, exactly.
What's your plan?
The plan is that you don't do that in an indirect step, but you basically take the plant, and with the plant, you can actually feed the world. And it's
skip the animal.
It's skip the animal. Yeah, what we always say, you know, if you think about it economically and in total business models, what you say is you can transform a total value chain if you basically cut out the middleman. We often say that, well, this time it's the chicken, because you don't need to go from plant into chicken, from chicken into humans, but you can actually go direct. And the food waste which there is, to be able to have it in an indirect step, both because the chicken is the most inefficient factory you can have, because there's basically only 20% of the yield of protein which comes out. And so therefore there's food waste in that system. And of course there is an impact which is very negative. What I never knew actually, which is was a complete revelation for me, is that if you think about the total plant-based food system, people think only for alternative meat is that it could be like 450 billion euros of size by 2040. And that is 3 times the global beer market. If and when we do that, and you plant that, you can do that with planted physical land use of only 3% of the globe. And that 3% with the positive impact on the carbon which it will have, will actually change the total climate change with a full degree. And so that is, you know, a complete new system, which actually for the consumer, there's no compromise, and obviously all the benefits which it will entail.
So what about when people say, well, you're missing all the micronutrients and the vitamin B12 and the different things that animal foods have brought us?
Of course. And I think let's start by saying is that many of these discussions are, you know, nuanced discussions. So I never think it is, you know, a polarizing part of the discussion. So the first point is that this is, especially around plant-based food industry, is a young industry. If you go 10 years ago, basically the general population said is that the taste was just not good enough. What you see is that through the food technology, you see now is that people say, yes, we are in a zone where people say it looks like, feels like, and tastes like chicken, and there's no compromise or, you know, sort of it's good enough. So that's the most important thing. That's the biggest unlock for scale for the plant-based food system. The second one is, as I said, it is in the early part of its development. And so elements such as, you know, how do we continue to increase the elements of the nutrients is already on a good platform, but we can improve that. Take B12 as a good example. If you go to a total vegan lifestyle, the key thing that you miss is obviously B12. And so you can choose, you know, to take supplement around that. But it is more important for us as a total plant-based industry to say how can we actually take that into, you know, the next generation of our product development. And that's where innovation will come in. So so the 2 parts is, one, it's early development of the industry. The second one is the current part is already both in taste and in nutrition, really where we say ready for real quick and broad adoption.
So we were talking about a little bit earlier, South Africa, for example, becoming a plant-forward or a potentially completely plant-based nation. What would a day look like? What if I'm going to go shopping or you're going to go shopping? How are we going to do that in this world? What are we going to buy?
Yeah, you know, I think it obviously needs a broad portfolio of products. And so both the dairy transformation and the meat transformation are the main parts of it. We as the Live Kindly Collective, we are focusing first now on the meat part of it. And so if you think about it, whether it is from chicken, whether it is on pork, or whether it is on red meat, all these elements, you know, you really can have that as a substitute. What is important is that you go to these countries, and there in these countries, on average, consumers only take and use 10 recipes in a year. And so that is an insight when you think about, all of our behavior. We all have our family favorites. And when you basically think about the family favorites and you look at that and you take the animal-based part of that family favorite and you just change one thing, you change that animal part into plant-based. And so whatever it is in South Africa, but if you just change then the chicken into plant-based chicken, that in itself, makes the big difference.
So the plate, I'm thinking of just a typical plate, let's say, South African, the most basic I can think of. You'd have mieliemeal pap, you'd have boerewors, and you might have something green.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's going to be mieliemeal pap, something green, and then?
And then plant-based boerewors.
Grown in South Africa?
Yeah, and so the big thing there is that if you think about the protein transformation and take South Africa as an example. So the first current reality is that many parts of the world, South Africa being a good example, the consumers, the people actually have low or no protein. And like the mobile industry, what will happen is, they go to middle class and then to upper class, and that means it's from no to low protein. They go into eating of meat and then into plant-based.
Because it's a status symbol and people feel their children are going to benefit.
Exactly. And so that is just the normal evolution of what is happening. What we will try to do is the same as the digital transformation, where it went from no to a low penetration of phone, not through landline into mobile phone, but actually you get the leapfrog. And so like the digital leapfrog, we want to have the protein leapfrog here. So what will happen? We are planting yellow pea seeds in South Africa. And when you go to South Africa, lots of this is monoculture plants, whether that's sugarcane or many others. And what you see is that because of that, is that the soil starts to become so unhealthy, is that it will become almost a desert. And so what we do is you plant yellow pea seeds and you crop rotate that with other plant-based, which basically means is that you get carbon positive back into the soil. And so
you're fixing the soil.
So you're fixing the soil, then you get healthy, affordable protein for the people. So
in the supermarket?
In the supermarket. So you're fixing the health of the nation. And then the third big thing what you can do in countries like that is that if you do this at a scale of planting the plant-based ingredients, they can become, instead of a net importer of food, they can become a net exporter of food. And so that is basically the big transformation in countries like South Africa, what you can have, fixing the soil, taking the animal out of the food system, having at the same time a healthier population as the people of South Africa. And the third one, having a healthier economy, because suddenly...
interest on the economy side, do you think countries still need to think about becoming exporters? So we were talking earlier about, distance and supply chains and all the different things that we've suddenly have been uncovered, whether it was the evergreen or the length of our supply chains, the fragility. In fact, many of the food supply chains held up well during the pandemic, I think. But do we need to still think about this export imperative?
I think it's that we will get a balance of the two thoughts. The first reality is that in the food system, we need to have 4 or 5 real pivots. Animal to plant-based. Then we need to go from processed to natural ingredients. Then we need to go from global supply chains into affordable local supply chains. But it also needs to be affordable. And so when we get the balance, and I think is that the previous speakers started to talk about it, we need to get to true cost in the system, including the cost of, what the ecological footprint will be. But when you have true cost in the system, then it's okay to optimize the total system. But it has to be done also through the logic of true cost.
When do you think I or anyone in South Africa might be shopping for pea-based chicken? When will that be on the shelves?
It will actually very rapidly, because there is a restaurant chain in South Africa called Nando's, and they have very, very famous peri-peri chicken. And so, you know, that is one of the best thing there is in South Africa. And we are developing actually under one of our brands, which is the Oomph brand, Oomph peri-peri plant-based chicken with yellow peas as their ingredient. And then you get the benefit of all, because as we said, you know, you get a positive carbon footprint, and you know, you get something which they love because it's a local dish. And it's a very good example, is that you change only one thing. Everything stays the same, but you change from peri-peri chicken to peri-peri plant-based chicken, and that is why and how you get it in a penetration, that you get it broad-based into the country.
And when will that be?
That will be at the end of this year already.
This year?
Yeah, that will be it.
Is there any way you might talk to Nando's and say, would you like to?
Well, we are talking to Nando's already for 9 months. And so they are very happy to do exactly that. So these are the things which we are doing. And you know, what we do in South Africa as well, as what your previous example was on boerenworst. And so boerenworst is a typical South African dish. And there again, you can, we have just launched a plant-based boerenworst. But we don't only do that in South Africa, but we also do it in the US, we do it in Germany, we do it in China. And the big difference is that it is, you know, the top dish in America is a burger. So then you take a burger and you change that into a plant-based burger. In China, that's a dumpling. So you take a dumpling with pork and you change that into a dumpling with plant-based pork. And if and when we do that, you know, that will be a much bigger way to transform the current food system into a plant-based food system, because you actually transform the critical part, but you also keep intact the habits what consumers really enjoy.
So one of the things we also touched on earlier was when we were just coming back from lunch. So when I buy or use, you know, if someone goes into a butcher, you might get something wrapped up in a piece of paper, which is kind of now considered very, I don't think we thought about it when things used to be wrapped up in paper. We just thought that was what it was. But when I go into a supermarket, I tend to buy things, especially plant-based things, in plastic. So how are you looking at that? How are you looking at packaging?
Yeah, packaging is also one of those industries which completely need to change. And again, in line with the previous speakers, when it was put in place, you know, plastic was there to be able to not get food waste and to be able to have enough food for people around the world. Obviously, you know, at the scale and the way is that the plastic industry has evolved, this has become more harmful than, you know, the intent it was. And so these unintended consequences we need to get out of the system. What you see is, you know, on packaging, 100% recycled, and whether that is in mechanical or chemical recycling. And so you can have already the total closed loop system also on packaging. We have one of our brands is the Like Meat brand, and this is called PCR, a post-consumer response recycled product. And that is the way to do and to take that also into account. So as what we were talking, you know, you need to think about what are the pivot points of a total industry, not only changing one dimension of it, but actually changing all the critical elements of it.
Which is huge, which is lucky that you have experience with supply chains and all the different elements of them. So have you, in terms of packaging, if the chicken is about to be available to consumers, it will be in this packaging?
Yeah.
And how will consumers know what to, I mean, I tend to buy coffee these days because I don't choose my bean or anything like that. I just look for something that is in a compostable package since I discovered it. I'd never seen it before, and now it was there, and now it seems to have disappeared again. So how will people know that's what they're buying?
Yeah, you know, at the end, the consumers are very intuitive. And there is a plant-based brand in America which is actually called No Evil. You look at that packaging and you really see, that this is a really recycled packaging part. And so again, we just need to make sure is that all these elements are very clear and intuitive for the consumer. The word plant-based food is actually one of the best things what has happened in the industry, because everybody who hears that word actually intuitively believes, and we need to do the same with packaging.
Interesting. Okay, so what do you feel businesses and corporations should be doing? So clearly you know what you're doing, you know what Unilever does and has done. Anyone else, what should they be doing? What do you advise?
The advice is to go back to why business exists in the first place, and that is to serve society. And so every part of business should actually think about what the purpose is of their existence. What you see more and more, and that is why the next 10 years of business will be so incredibly critical, is that what we see more and more is that business starts to realize is that actually purpose, performance, relevance, and therefore growth are linked. And you see it for the first time actually in the financial markets really coming, is that people start to truly invest with a premium in terms of businesses which we call ESG companies, which have at the core of their business
environment, social, and government.
Exactly. ESG investing. And Nestle 2 months ago did an incredible statement on that. They've said is that they put 3.2 billion Swiss francs, actually take that out of dividends and use that to be able to invest so that they can help and change their total business into net positive. And so when we start to see is that investors, this time it's the Nestle investor or the general market on ESG investment, they start to really realize is that actually performance, relevance and growth and purpose start to become one and the same thing.
Just wondering, did that happen? I can't remember the timeline. There was some documents that were leaked from Nestle that said, well, we kind of accept that our food isn't really food. A lot of our food isn't.
No, so again, if you look at all these big legacy companies, they need to really take the legacy company and move it forward to a next stage. And so there are lots of things is actually good progress. And so if they do it, they run it well, they put very clearly and say, this is what we define as good, and then you measure against that progress.
Okay.
Always these things are not fast enough. Having said that, the real innovators will come from the startup to scale up to global multinational. And the reason why is that like a company like ours, Live Kindly Collective, we don't deal with the legacy issue. And therefore from the beginning, you can get it really right in terms of how you set it up, in the values of the company, in the purpose of the business, and how you really create the real scale around it.
Quite honestly though, how many multi-billion-dollar or even million-dollar companies do you think are really going to take that on board?
I believe is that in the 10 years to come, food companies, I believe is that it is either they really make themselves irrelevant, or irrelevant, or they actually transform. And I think is that the consumer are always here who are the boss, and the next generation, which is the millennials and the Gen Z, you already see it. Transparency is critical through the digital world, and they really demand it. And they start to choose and make sure is that the brands which they choose are those who are aligned to their values. And this is the generation where you see that tip. And so any business who doesn't really understand that will over time make themselves really, really irrelevant. And the financial market has started to really understand that as well.
And many businesses may do both. People like Tyson are buying into plant-based foods and things like that. So is that a concern for you in the sense that businesses could see, okay, we can be both. We can be all things to all people, or would that delay a transformation?
No,
the kind of transformation you're talking about?
For us, everybody who pushes the agenda to go from an animal to a plant-based food system is good. And so whether that is the Unilevers, the Nestle's, the Tysons, the Cargills, or the Impossibles or the Beyonds. Or why? Because the current food system is so sizable, is that it needs to be global enough to transform it, and it needs to be sizable to transform it. So we actually are partnering ourselves with partners like PHW, who is a chicken company in Germany, or RCL Foods, which is a chicken company in South Africa. And we do that because they want to transform. And it is better to help to transform an incumbent rather than, to be a niche disruptor. But we only do that with those who have a very clear vision that they want to actually stop killing animals, because that is ultimately what we need to get out. We need to get the animal out of the food system.
Do you feel they're doing that for welfare reasons, for profit reasons, for ESG reasons?
For all of the above, and that is the good thing about this. This is not about, for what reason do we do it? Because the consumer really moves fast into this area. They do it for just good business reasons. They also do it because ultimately, many of these CEOs and these people, they really, their daughters and their children, they actually say, what are you doing? What are you individually leaving as a legacy for us as the next generation? One of the most frightening things is obviously that in 2020, on August 22nd, we had eaten up, all of the carbon of this planet. So from August 22nd all the way to December 31st, we have eaten up, the planet from our children and our grandchildren. We consumed the budget, and so these children are obviously saying to the current establishment, what are you doing? Do you really care? And that is, where business leaders have the ability and have the opportunity to really change the total system, because that is what our responsibility is.
So that's the business side. Now, what do you feel governments should or could or both be doing?
Yeah, I think, ultimately you see as a lag effect often from government behind, first the consumer and business. The bigger thing the government should, in my view, do is very rapidly put true cost into the system. And that is...
Can you just explain that?
If you look at the current reality on the animal-based food system, it's obviously a disgrace is that there's still subsidies in that, and therefore you get lower cost for the total system. Whilst at the same time, if you look at the plant-based food system, you actually get carbon positive, which means is that you will get carbon credits in the system. So we need to do both. We need to stop the subsidies into industries which actually have a negative impact. That's just absolutely unacceptable. At the same time, we need to start to recognize the positive carbon of the total chain. And these carbon credits, we need to put that into the total financing and monetizing of the system. When you do that properly, you will see is that a plant-based chicken will be around, if you take real true cost, the total plant-based chicken versus animal-based chicken will be half the cost. And so if that happens...
Half the cost of the normal...
Of the normal animal-based chicken. By the way, that's not normal, but you see that our logic is still that we think that that's normal. But the point is that the animal-based is actually the double... The in real cost is double the cost of plant-based. And if that happens, you will see a total shift in the scale, because it's not only about better protein, but now it is also about more affordable protein. And just think about what that will do.
How close do you think that is?
In life, we have experienced in the last 10 years is that there has been only exponential growth. And COVID, as difficult as it has been on a health level, it has accelerated basically many of these trends, whether it was a digitization of the world or the consciousness of the world. And so you see these accelerators are coming in increasingly the case. Digital in itself is always an exponential growth part of it. So to answer the question very specifically, between now and the end of this decennium, when we basically look at our United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we should be in a place.
By 2030?
Exactly. By 2030, we should be in a place is that we have that equation. But as where we started this part of the question, governments need to act. The good thing is that many governments have started to put their intents in there, whether that is, in Europe or whether it is in the US. Luckily, Biden is in there, and he's obviously committed back to the Paris Agreement. China has said zero by 2050. And so all of them, they need to not only have these statements, but they need to do something. In the 5-year plan of China, there's already a green economy as one of the legs in the 5-year plan of China. That means is that, they need to support an industry to do that. And the best and easiest way to do that is to take the subsidies out of the animal-based food system and recognize the carbon credits in a plant-based food system.
I'm smiling slightly because I think the last picture I saw of a pig farm in China was one of those multi-story pig farms that are being financed by people, international finance. So whether it's the IFC or the World Bank, and those are massive structures. I cannot imagine someone dismantling that anytime soon.
Yeah, China is always an interesting system, and so we take the many elements which we don't agree with, obviously out of that system, but also look at what an incredible change that system has created. Look at the fact is that how many people went out of poverty in the last 20 years. Look at the fact what they are now doing in terms of renewable energy. And so it's a polarizing reality still. They have the opportunity to really make and create the biggest plant-based food system. Pork is absolutely at the lowest stock ever. They're always worried in China about food security. And this is their way to be able to really get and solve their food security. At the same time, they have the ability to really get to their targets, and that is to get to net zero by 2050.
So I can see questions coming in here at some point, but I'm just going to finish. So we've talked about business, we've talked about governments, consumers. Do you have any sort of advice, just daily advice for consumers? What to look for, what to do, how to think about this?
I think I love Susie Cameron, who wrote this book, OMD, 1 meal a day, plant-based, and you can make the biggest impact there is. And if we all have that in our minds, and so whether you are 6-7 days plant-based, or whether you're 1 day plant-based, you make a difference. You make a real impact. Of the filmmaker.
Of
James Cameron.
James Cameron. Thank you. Yeah, I thought it was the same.
And by the way, James Cameron is an incredible environmentalist, and so they are very passionate about this. And so this is the first thing, and that is the OMD, 1 meal a day plant-based, and you make a difference. The second one is listen to the next generation, especially to the daughters of the next generation. They intuitively always come home and say to their parents, I just don't want to eat animals anymore. And in Holland we have this beautiful book which has a title, Ooit aten we dieren. There was a time is that we were used to eat animals. And I think is that what we need to really start to realize is that we question current logic and current systems. Like we questioned the slavery system, which was abolished in 1888 in Brazil. And so we now look at that and said, what were we thinking? Well, that is exactly the way that we will look at this. And we just need to question. And the consciousness of the COVID reality will help to be able to continue to ask these fundamental questions of current systems, instead of just out of habit, stay in the current system.
So I think one of the things you're working on now is a set of cartoons, animations.
Right.
Do you want to talk a bit about that?
What we have learned in 27 years of fast-moving consumer goods is that there's many ways to be able to communicate with consumers. And so the first thing is that brands actually communicate to consumers. And we do that with Fry's family, with family favorite dishes. We do it with Like Meat, and to say that barbecue, which is such a social part, we can make that plant-based. And so there's different brands who communicate in different ways. But as a Live Kindly collective, what we said, there also needs to be a total voice of the movement. And we have a website which is livekindly.com, which basically talks and inspires people to basically have a plant-based lifestyle. What we've now launched is just 3 very unique cartoons, again to just make people aware of the fact of what the current system is. And these elements, when you can make it in social media, when you can make it talkable, even if we just touch one person on that and say, wow, I haven't thought about it that way.
So I think it's a pig, a sheep.
A pig, yeah, a sheep, and a cow.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
and a chicken, actually. And the chicken one, I don't know whether we have it, but maybe it's nice to show it if we have the cartoon on the chicken. There it is.
Oh, which do we? I don't know if we know his name. Ernie.
Can we go a little bit back? Is that possible? Yeah.
I'll let them get on with that technical part, and then I wanted to ask, because I think we better switch to questions soon. So, your thoughts about the now? So there was this row in the EU about whether we could use the word plant-based milk or hamburger or any of that. So it seems to have all died away, but there's plenty of pushback from the livestock industry, from all of the people around the livestock industry. 2 questions there. Do you worry about those kind of debates about words, which seem so small but it's potentially huge? And do you worry about climate misinformation in relation to livestock?
Yeah, the first one is we really worry about that, because for consumers, actually, these descriptors are absolutely critical. And, if we look back in terms of the food technology, if it is too much on the technology side, consumers actually see it as Frankenstein food and they reject it completely.
Lab meat or...
Even if they don't have any idea, but intuitively it's not in the right place. So descriptors, plant-based food is a beautiful descriptor. People just love it, even if they don't really understand it. And so descriptors are key. That we have in terms of alternative meat, plant-based meat, is that we got on the right side of this was good. That it was on the dairy side shows is that how much incredible lobbying is still happening, which is definitely a big concern. Also, the cost of lobbying is absolutely ridiculous. Talk about real cost again. So I think that's the first point. The second point is that we actually, as the plant-based food system, also need to talk holistic enough. So not only about the land, but also about the ocean. We can talk about the Dutch wheat burger, where you actually you take your protein from seaweed, which is one of the fastest growing plants in the world. And when you cut it, you get versatility in the ocean. And so the versatility and the differentiation and the diversification of the plant-based feedstock is absolutely critical, whether that is yellow peas or organic soy, or whether that is the seaweed, or whether it is fava beans or lupine, and all of that is critically important in there. And therefore, descriptors around that feedstock is very, very critical. So to your earlier question on government, true cost, and making sure is that the descriptors are clear for consumers, and that is actually it enables the transformation to a better food system.
And then do you hear much misinformation around livestock? I mean, I've seen documents, that talk about livestock and the role in saving the planet.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, looking at some recent data, so we might by 2030 have about 80 million food animals on the planet. Now, I think we need to be heading towards 40, but we're not.
Yeah. No, look, I think is that the worst has happened in this reality is, the issue about half facts. And I think, if there's one negative issue around the digitization of the world, is that, you see so many real confusion about that. And, ultimately there is something there for governments to make sure is that we get the standards right and that we do that on the right way to communicate it in a very simple and easy way. Consumers, needs lots of guidance. They're worried about, their children going to school, school fees, health, all kinds of broader things. And so therefore, on this part, it should not be like you need to do a whole study. It needs to be simple and communication in a very consistent way.
Okay, and then one in your own personal and business life, is there something, what's your proudest achievement up to now, or is that still in the future?
Look, I hope, Iris, that I've done 50 years on this side, and I'm keen to do 50 years on my second innings, and really taking all of my experience, expertise, and put that at service to society. So I hope is that will be the biggest impact. We have 5 daughters. The first one is an adopted Zulu daughter, and we have then 4, so 5 in total. And the one who is the most clear about this is the youngest, and it talks about it, and she absolutely says, Daddy, I'm vegan, and she is so absolutely adamant around it. And that's the proud part of getting this generation really into the consciousness, and that will be the biggest exponential accelerator which will happen.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to look at a couple of questions now. So we have a question from Lebanon. Do you think you can start to consider, I don't know if you've thought of this, but creating plant-based food for dogs?
No, it's obvious. And it is happening already because, this is the good thing about where economic systems will drive innovation and for the better. Ultimately, if we get, but this is a little bit a longer-term logic, ultimately, the current dog food and pet food obviously goes as a byproduct of the animal-based food system. So ultimately, if we take the animal out of our food system, we also don't have pet food anymore to make, and therefore, plant-based pet food will be there. We will not wait for that. If you look at many of them, whether that's the master foods, the Mars of this world, or the Nestle's of this world, this is a very, very easy part. And again, all that helps if you do, meat, dairy, pet food, condiments. When the whole trend is there, it becomes part of the total system, and that's even better.
And just interesting that question is coming in from Lebanon, because clearly a country like that, they have, a lot of daily challenges, and other countries as well. But in a country like that, do you think it's even possible to think beyond the daily challenges to say, oh, I need to, go 1 meal a day? Is that even, do you have any advice for someone who's in a difficult situation, in a country that's in a difficult situation?
Ultimately it is about personal health, and what we need to do is get the affordability up very rapidly. But even it is better to invest in a way to buy products with higher nutrition and protein rather than cheaper. Cheap food often is the worst nutritional food there is, and so people do believe is that therefore it's a better deal. But ultimately, it's better to buy less, but buy actually better. And
so you're saying buy less animal protein, but better, and supplement the rest.
Supplement, exactly.
With plants.
With plants.
Okay. Do you have any favorite recipe you want to share?
in Lebanon, I don't have the top dish in my mind, but there's,
What's your go-to, when you're hungry and you need to cook something quickly?
Personally for me.
Yeah.
For me, it's chicken curry, and so chicken. Using plant-based chicken, okay. like meat, plant-based chicken, and again, if you do that properly, you really get there's no difference. You cannot taste the difference. It's absolutely the structure, the texture, the taste, everything. You do that, and that is my and our top dish, which is very easy to change.
Okay, I'm going to take another question now. Why would Rabobank believe in investing in plant-based protein? So our Rabobank...
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. Actually, Rabobank has invested in...
I should just explain Rabobank is a Dutch bank.
Yeah, I will help there.
Yeah.
So it's a Dutch bank. As a legacy, it has been always part of the animal-based food system. In Dutch, it's called a cooperative. So basically, their shareholders are obviously the farmers at the same time. And so this is something where they need to choose to become part of the solution. And actually, you know, we need to help farmers to really transform their system. And very, very difficult, but I believe is that Rabobank and Wiebe Draaier is a very good leader in that sense, as a courageous leader, where he says, you know, we need to help the current system, but actually make sure is that we transform it into the next system. They invested into Oatly, they invested in the food in Live Kindly Collective, and they really are very clear is that we have to get into the protein transformation. And so they do it because they realize that it is the only option.
Okay, and do you feel, when you're talking about helping farmers, is that helping them financially, helping them reskill? What's...
Yeah, it starts with reskilling, but actually before that, there is something about, you know, helping to get into more of the vision of what it can become. And so if you have taken the farm of your father, and you know that is the way is that you've made, and you can live together with your family, to be able to change that from an animal to a plant-based farm is obviously, you know, you need to bridge, you have 3 years of change, you need to reskill and refinance. And so that is the big thing. What will happen also is that you need to start to measure more to be able to get into these carbon credits. And that is again where the Rabobank can help.
What would you be measuring?
You measure the versatility of the soil.
Of your own soil on your own farm.
Yeah, and so if you have too many cows on a farm, it becomes absolutely 100% a farm where nothing lives anymore. So it is dead ground, complete dead ground. Yeah, and for the cows ready to be slaughtered. And so the ground is already dead. The cow is about to become to be slaughtered. If you actually change that and you put seeds in there, you will see, and the farmers where we have changed it now, they call it green gold. It literally, you can see a complete new reality. And that green gold, you get carbon credits in there. And the Rabobank, actually under the leadership of Barbara Baarsma, she is actually leading the carbon bank for the Rabobank. And so that helps then to be able to get an additional profit stream in the total value chain, which is good for farmers because we need to get, you know, like what we have always say, we need to get the right profit in the right area of the total value chain.
So who will be, what will happen to those carbon credits once the farmer has kind of logged them?
So first you measure them.
Measure them.
Yeah, and then, you know, the farmer can start to sell not only the yellow peas, but also the yellow peas plus the carbon credits.
It's like an offset.
No, it's not an it's an offset for those who buy it.
Who buy it.
But actually it is basically it's an income for those who sell it, for the farmer.
So you have two income streams. You have the peas and the carbon.
Exactly. And then you have a third one if you have the proper part of government, because they will actually subsidize this and stop subsidizing the harmful one. And so that is actually why in this total value chain is that for the farmer there is a real future. And you know where they come from, they need to change that. So this is a very big thing of how you transform current farmers. If you start new, yeah, you don't have your legacy issue, you can start immediately. And that's what we did in South Africa on a sugarcane farm. And so sugar, obviously, market goes down. People have too much land on sugarcane anyway. and it actually is very bad for the quality of the soil. And so therefore you get a double transformation. You get the sugar out, and you get a real diversification and versatile soil.
So this is the transformation of the land growing peas.
Literally what it is.
Yeah. Okay. So I have another question now. This is a tricky one. What do you think of lab meat? So by lab meat we mean cell-based, fermented, cultured. It's got a lot of names.
So personally, I must say is that anything which helps to transform a current broken food system to a next generation food system where we take the animal out of the food system is positive for me.
Which is
so
what?
that is whether that's plant-based or whether it is cell-based. Yeah, so that's the first point. I personally believe is that it is good to do plant-based rather than cell-based, because in cell-based you take the negative out of the system, i.e. The animal-based food system.
The whole animal. You just take the cell.
Yeah, exactly, because you take the cell. But so therefore, the negative impact of plant or of animal-based food system you take out, right? Because you only take the cell. So you don't have, you stop the deforestation, you stop all the issues around animal-based food system. But you don't get the positive of the plant-based food system, and that is what we've just been talking about, the carbon positive part of growing plants, whether that's in the ocean or whether that's in the land. Because
so you don't necessarily see farmers, well, maybe it's both. I mean, you were describing in South Africa, they're replanting the peas, turning it into green gold.
Yeah.
And perhaps the farmer next door might have a fermentation, a brewery, a meat brewery.
Could be. And so, but the first one will have and the benefit of the animal-based food system out, and has the positive of the plant-based food system in. So you get a double pivot. With cell-based, you only get one.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to another question. I'm just checking the time. Okay. What should politicians do? So this is a question from Bosnia. What advice would you give to governments? I think we did touch on this a little bit, but if you were specifically talking to, say, a government in Bosnia.
Ooh, the first thing is really recognize what the current opportunity is for a next generation of industries to develop. And I think we are planting, for example, in Serbia, we are planting yellow peas, organic soy, and so this is a new industry. When you talk to farmers, what was interesting, when you talk to them and you say, have you never heard about yellow peas and the benefit of that? And they said, yes, of course we have. We know, A, is that it is heat resistant. It is actually a very, very good quality and easy to farm. But they never did it. And so the obvious question, why not? And then the answer is that there was never a market for it. Now that there becomes a consumer demand for plant-based feedstock, suddenly it's there. And so if you are in Serbia, suddenly, the climate gives you an opportunity to create a complete new industry, which is, interestingly enough, a very sizable industry. And so that would be my first answer to the government, to the politicians, and really look, where are the opportunities to help to create a system change and
just
and
to
help
go back to
be part of it.
subsidies. Would you suggest subsidies for peas, for example?
Not needed. As long as you take out the subsidies, on the harmful industries like the dairy industry, and recognize and help to support carbon credits. That's the way to do it. Of course, if you want to take it from one side and invest it in another one, it obviously helps to accelerate. But even that is not needed. But stop putting subsidies there where it is harmful.
Okay, I won't ask you about the new CAP right now, but I will. I don't have another. Do we have another question coming up? No? I'm going to ask about insects, because I'm really interested in insects. So I know you can buy pet food made of insects, for example. How do you feel about insects as food for humans? Because I also understand that most insect food, in fact, will probably be destined to feed livestock and make them more, greener.
Yeah, so the first point is you know, if you really are very clear to take the animal out of the food system, you don't want to do that and replace it by eating insects. So that's the first point. The second one is, you know, we need to think about what our consequence is by destabilizing nature. You know, we have lived in Brazil. We've seen a lot about, you know, what the destabilization of the Amazon has caused. And so we need to really recognize is that insects are just an inherent part of keeping the total system in balance.
So you wouldn't be...
No, I would not be a big...
not the silver bullet.
No, I think actually the power of plants is.
Right, okay, interesting. Okay, so I don't know, is there any question I haven't asked you that you want, something that you want to talk about?
No, I think we talked about a lot of things. If there's one more thing to talk about, is basically, you know, you have relative small companies in the foods in the plant-based food system, which, you know, need to scale up rapidly, and you have those who have sizable businesses in terms of capacity and capability, and they actually need to understand better what plant-based food is about. And I believe is that, you know, these startups will go from startup to scale up to global multinationals, and I think is that the multinationals will get more into plant-based. And if that happens, you know, from all sides, we will start to see a total transformation of food. In food, it is 14.5% of the total carbon footprint in the world is actually directly related to food. And so this is easy to change, because it is just 1 meal a day to change, and the multiplier effect will make a very, very big impact. And, you know, that is obviously why we believe is that very passionately we can make a very big impact by making plant-based living the new norm.
Will we be able to buy shares one day in the... I mean, and well, actually, that's a question too, vegan investing. I mean...
Yeah. No, we have, in 12 months, we got basically fundraised $535 million, which is the biggest ever in 12 months, biggest ever fundraise.
In the last 12 months?
In the last 12 months. It's the biggest ever fundraise in food in the world. And so that, you know, that has a message in it. And that means is that, you know, people really understand what this is all about and the necessity for it. So that's the first point. You see the same with Oatly. You know, it went it just did its IPO, and it is absolutely amazing. 400 million revenue with a market cap of 14 billion. So again, you know, what it sees is that people really understand the potential and the support for it. So this is not about the money. This is making sure is that we scale up the capacity and the capability of the industry quick enough so that we can serve society.
That is interesting. I'll certainly be watching the stocks there. Do we have any other questions? Should I wrap up? Are we... Oh, the video. We're going back to the video, of course. Your video's come.
Very
okay,
nice.
Thank you.
Ernie, a pig from New York, refused to end up on a fork. A stripe on his back helped save Ernie's neck, 'cause he was no longer pork. Florence's birthday was great fun. Her pink sneakers sparkled in the sun, but she ran out of luck when her dad saw a truck and shouted, "Run, Florence, run!" Her mother said, "I've grown way too big." You escape through this tunnel real quick. In this battery cage, life's only 42 days. Please remember me, dear chick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here today, for the great work that you do.
Thank
Please
you.
join me.
Thank you very much.
All right. We will have a short break, a coffee break, and be back after. And then we will continue with a wrap-up, which will be a bit more interactive. So we want to ask you, the participants of the conference via Zoom, to think about this question. What action is needed in your country? And based on what you heard today, what is your takeaway? So please think about this while we have our break. And then when you come back, we will... You can raise your hand if you want to say something, you want to share your thoughts about this question. And then if we give you the word, please unmute yourself and also make sure your camera is turned on. We will be back in 15 minutes, so at 20 to 3, and then we'll wrap up together. Thank you.
Wist jij dat er in gehaktstaven, goulash en heel veel andere kant-en-klaarproducten vaak vlees zit van paarden? Nederland en enkele andere Europese landen importeren elk jaar duizenden tonnen paardenvlees. Het meeste daarvan komt uit Argentinië. Undercover-onderzoeken van de Animal Welfare Foundation en de Tierschutzbund Zürich laten zien dat dat Argentijnse paardenvlees heel erg fout is. Paarden worden daar gruwelijk mishandeld. En vlees van gestolen en niet geregistreerde paarden komen via Argentijnse slachthuizen in onze supermarkten en cafetaria's terecht. De Partij voor de Dieren trok hierover al eerder aan de bel. Maar de Europese Commissie weigerde toen om invoer van paardenvlees uit Argentinië te stoppen. Maar we geven niet op. Deze nieuwe onderzoeken laten zien dat er nog steeds op grote schaal gesjoemeld wordt met Argentijns paardenvlees. Dus vragen we opnieuw aan de Europese Commissie om de invoer van paardenvlees uit Argentinië te stoppen. En deze keer met een grote groep andere Europarlementariërs achter ons. Stop de Argentijnse paardenhandel.
Meneer Timmermans, als beoogd klimaatcommissaris moet u ervoor gaan zorgen dat de Europese Unie zo snel mogelijk uitstootvrij wordt. Maar ik heb heel veel woorden gehoord, maar nog niets over de veehouderij. En het feit dat de veehouderij wereldwijd meer broeikasgassen uitstoot dan alle auto's, vrachtwagens, boten, treinen en vliegtuigen bij elkaar. Een uitstootvrij Europa kun je dus niet bereiken zonder de intensieve veehouderij ook aan te pakken. Europa doet echter precies het tegenovergestelde. Het pakt de bio-industrie niet aan, maar sponsort deze elk jaar met miljarden euro's aan landbouwsubsidie. Deze miljarden zorgen voor nog grotere bio-industrie, nog meer uitstoot en nog meer dierenleed. En, niet te vergeten, nog meer ontbossing wereldwijd. De hamvraag, meneer Timmermans, hoe gaat u de vleesproductie en de consumptie verminderen? Gaat u de miljarden subsidies voor de bio-industrie aanpakken? En is er in uw Green Deal ook aandacht voor dierenwelzijn? En ik stel deze vraag specifiek omdat u, ondanks mooie beloften, de afgelopen 5 jaar vooral nieuwe regels heeft tegengehouden. En zeker op het gebied van dierenwelzijn. Dieren zijn daar de dupe van geworden. Het klimaat is daar de dupe van geworden. Ik ben benieuwd, wat gaat u de komende 5 jaar nu doen?
Ik hoor graag van u welke regels ik heb tegengehouden de afgelopen 5 jaar die dierenwelzijn te goede kwamen. Dat is mij niet bekend, maar ik word graag door u daarover bij gepraat. Kijk, dat de intensieve veehouderij onderdeel van het probleem is, dat weet de agrarische sector zelf ook en dat weet iedere individuele boer zelf ook. Dat de agrarische sector en de veehouderij ook onderdeel van de oplossing kan zijn, daar moeten we naartoe zien te komen. En ik zie daar meer mogelijkheden toe dan alleen maar, zoals u, als ik u goed begrijp, bepleit, het beperken of zelfs helemaal beëindigen van de veehouderij. Ik denk dat het verstandig is als mensen nadenken over het dieet wat ze gebruiken. Dat is in mijn geval ook verstandig. Ik denk dat het verstandig is dat we ons bewust zijn van de belasting die op het milieu daaruit voortkomt. Maar ik denk ook dat het verstandig is dat we de agrarische sector helpen om die transitie te maken. Bijvoorbeeld door te innoveren in het diervoeder dat gebruikt wordt. Door ook een intensievere veehouderij mogelijk te maken. Door te incorporeren met andere vormen van landbouw. Zodat de druk op mens en milieu afneemt. Dat zijn allemaal mogelijkheden die we kunnen gebruiken in het Europese landbouwbeleid. Ik vind dat die verandering in de afgelopen 5 jaar door mijn collega Hogan al in de goede richting is ingezet. Ik vind ook, ik zie dat ook in Europa, veel grotere aandacht voor dierenwelzijn dan we in het verleden hebben gezien. Dat heeft ook tot veranderingen in de agrarische sector geleid en boeren willen daar ook onderdeel van zijn. Dus ik ben iets minder pessimistisch dan u lijkt te zijn. En ik wil ook ertoe bijdragen, ik wil dat de Europese Unie ertoe bijdraagt dat wat nu nog vaak een probleem is, de intensieve veehouderij, naar een veehouderij zich ontwikkelt die een bijdrage levert aan het verbetering van het Europese milieu en die ook een bijdrage blijft leveren aan de voedselvoorziening die voor Europeanen erg nodig blijft en die ik liever in eigen hand hou dan alleen maar aan de wereldmarkten overlaat.
Ik ben toch wel teleurgesteld in uw antwoord. Want het is namelijk heel makkelijk om hele grote stappen te zetten door het meest klimaatonvriendelijke, milieuonvriendelijke, dieronvriendelijke en ongezonde deel van onze voeding niet meer te subsidiëren. En het levert u nog vele tientallen miljarden op ook. Dan hoeft onze honger naar goedkoop veevoer niet langer gestild te worden door het kappen van de Amazone. Hoeft u niet te gaan herplanten. En hoeven we bovendien niet te investeren in kernenergie, omdat uw klimaatdoelen veel dichterbij komen. Maar ik heb een concrete vraag. U zegt van, misschien moet je het kleiner denken. Ik heb een kleine vraag aan u om even te kijken hoe groot uw invloed zal zijn op de rest van de commissie. Brussel betaalt namelijk niet alleen mee aan het produceren van vlees, maar geeft ook miljoenen uit aan het promoten van dat vlees. Denk bijvoorbeeld aan What a Wonderful Beef, de slogan van een Europese reclamecampagne om Spaans rundvlees in Hongkong te promoten. Bent u van plan om dit soort subsidies te stoppen of niet?
Nou, eigenlijk niet, als ik heel eerlijk ben. Ik ben van plan om beleid te voeren dat ertoe leidt dat de veehouderij op een manier wordt ingericht dat die duurzaam is. Ik ben ervoor om beleid in gang te zetten waarbij dierenwelzijn meer onder de aandacht komt en we verbeteringen bij dierenwelzijn tot stand brengen. Of het nou bij het houden van dieren is, of het transporteren van dieren, of het slachten van dieren. Dat zijn maatregelen waarvan ik vind dat de overheid, en zeker de Europese overheid, zich nu op moet richten. Ik denk dat dat moet gebeuren. Nog één opmerking over wat u zei. Stop met al die subsidies, doe het meteen. Natuurlijk is er heel veel ruimte om subsidies anders in te kleden, in een andere richting te geven. Ik ben er ook heel sterk voor dat we het landbouwbeleid hervormen. Maar om zo makkelijk te zeggen, stop het maar allemaal meteen. Heeft u enig idee welk niveau van sociale ellende u over het Europese platteland afroept als dat zouden doen van vandaag op morgen? Dat moet ook onderdeel zijn van de beleidsmix die we op Europees niveau maken. En dat moet ook een zorg zijn voor mensen zoals ik, die de samenleving meer in een duurzame richting willen duwen. Je moet wel de mensen meekrijgen als je dat wil bereiken. En daarvoor moet je ook oog hebben voor de moeilijke situatie waar helaas veel te veel van de mensen in de agrarische sector in Europa vandaag in verkeren.
Ik sta hier in de haven van Cartagena. Cartagena is een van de havens waar heel veel levende dieren vandaan worden geëxporteerd naar landen in het Midden-Oosten en Noord-Afrika. En de haven ligt hier achter mij. En op een afstand van zo'n 4-5 kilometer ligt in de verte de Elbijk. De Elbijk is een schip wat al 3 maanden op zee is en daar heeft rondgedobberd omdat de landen waarvoor ze bestemd waren de dieren niet wilden accepteren, verdinking van blauwtong. De dieren zullen vandaag en morgen en waarschijnlijk nog een aantal dagen daarna worden uitgeladen en gedood. Ik zal natuurlijk alles eraan proberen om dichterbij te komen. Dat zal nog niet makkelijk zijn, maar we gaan proberen om in de buurt te komen van het schip. Misschien zelfs aan boord van het schip komen en te zien hoe deze dieren worden gedood. My name is Anja Hazekamp. I'm a member of the European Parliament. How many animals are there still alive on board of the vessel? Is there any possibility that I can get on board? And of course, if the animals are being unloaded and killed, I would love to see the whole process. We hebben inmiddels van de eigenaar van het schip, de eigenaar van de dieren en de kapitein toestemming om de dieren te gaan zien aan boord. Het probleem is dat het schip midden in een haven ligt en we krijgen geen toegang tot die haven. Dus we kunnen niet bij het schip komen. Maar we geven niet op, we zijn hier nog een paar dagen en we zullen er alles aan doen om te zorgen dat we in beeld krijgen hoe de situatie met de dieren op dit moment is. I got an invitation by the owner of the animals to go on board of the Elbijk. Is there any way that you can inform me or send me video or photos of what is happening? Are they shot in the head or is there other killing method you use? How can I check if all the European legislation is followed? I think it is really strange because I don't understand what is the problem here. We proberen nog steeds in de buurt te komen van de Elbijk, maar het is lastig. Ze laten ons niet de haven in en ze hebben het zicht helemaal afgeschermd met containers. Dus we kunnen niet zien hoe elke dag hier honderden dieren worden uitgeladen en gedood. Vandaag zullen de laatste dieren aan boord van de Elbijk worden gedood. En dat doden gebeurt echt in een razend tempo. Ongeveer 1 dier per minuut. En je moet je voorstellen, hier achter mij worden de dieren gedood in een tent. Het is geen volledig uitgerust slachthuis. Dus we hebben grote zorgen over het welzijn van de dieren en de manier waarop ze aan hun einde komen. Helaas heeft het ministerie van Landbouw hier in Spanje nog steeds geen toestemming gegeven om aan boord van de Elbijk te komen kijken. We zullen dit aankaarten in het Europees Parlement. We zullen dit onder de aandacht brengen van de Europese Commissie. We zullen blijven aandringen op een totaalverbod op transport van levende dieren. Want dit mag nooit meer gebeuren. Klimaatverandering is geen kwestie van decennia meer. Dat was het geweest als we op tijd waren begonnen met het daadwerkelijk aanpakken ervan. Maar nee, jaar in, jaar uit doen we alsof er weinig aan de hand is. Alsof we meer onderzoek nodig hebben. Alsof bedrijven het zelf wel zullen oplossen. En nu is er geen tijd meer te verliezen. Maar tijd verliezen, dat is precies wat we doen met deze klimaatwet. Economische belangen hebben het weer gewonnen. En onze aarde heeft weer verloren. En wij, maar vooral volgende generaties, zullen hier een hoge prijs voor gaan betalen. Wetten, en zeker wetten over de belangrijkste uitdaging waar we als mensheid voor staan, moeten doen wat nodig is en doen wat ze beloven. En deze wet faalt daarin. De doelen schieten tekort, de aanpak is te vrijblijvend. En met deze wet houden we de opwarming van de aarde niet onder 1,5 graden. En dat zal desastreuze gevolgen hebben. En daarom zal ik met pijn in het hart tegen deze klimaatwet stemmen. En voorts ben ik van mening dat de Europese landbouwsubsidies moeten worden afgeschaft. Dank u wel.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Time for the wrap-up. So, as you remember, we've asked you to think about this question: what action is needed in your country? So this is kind of your takeaway from today. And we would like to start with giving you the word and you telling us what your thoughts are about this question. And the way it works is, I see most of you have your camera on already, so that's great. Raise your hand, and then if I say raise your hand, I don't mean like this, but digitally, so in Zoom. And then you will be given the word, and make sure you're unmuted also from your side, and then you can share. So we're looking forward to the first person.
Maybe we can repeat the question. The question was, what is necessary, what's the next step needed in your country, and how do you look upon that, given what you've heard and seen today? So who would like to share with the group what their thoughts are? I see someone raising his digital hand. Hello.
Yes. Daniel, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
We can hear you too.
Perfect.
Hi, nice to see you.
Thank you very much for the conference. It's been very great so far. It's very interesting topics. And I just want to share one quick thought that I had. The problem that we see here in Denmark, I'm from the vegan party in Denmark, is that we need to change the general public's view on animals, on farmed animals especially, to see them as living beings instead of products. And I think that one of the things that Esther said in the beginning and talking about was so true, that you have to stick to your identity. Veganism and ecocentrism must be present in every decision you make. So that can lead to a greater awareness for everybody in general, and it brings in a new political agenda that needs to be addressed by all the other parties in the stance. So I think that was one of the key things for me today. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. We're looking forward to hearing from you when you've succeeded, and then we'll get the next step.
All right, I see we have a next question or answer. Morgan.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, hello, thank you. Thank you for this conference today. My name is Morgan Janowicz and I'm from Poland. I represent Green Earth Institute. And I have to say that today's meeting got me thinking a lot about the current situation in Poland and about the problem that we have. And the problem is that we don't have enough conversation about animals when it comes to politics. Of course, we have some sort of conversations about veganism, but it's still at the very early stage. But we don't have a political party that is actually concentrated on animals, that start acting on animals and end at animals. So it's definitely something that we should work on in Poland as a country, as a society. So REF is a organization that connects young people, and we are working together on advocacy projects. And I see that there is a lot of inspiring people who are getting involved with our activities. And I can see that there is a lot of potential in us, and we definitely should work together to create a party that is actually concentrated on animals, that put animals on the same level as humans. And of course, we've got parties that are trying to start the conversation about animals on the more broad level. For example, Polska 2050. And we also cooperated with them, but it's not enough. We don't have enough conversation, and we do not have decision makers, people who are really taking into account animals. So what I will do today, I will have a conversation with the board, and I will try to convince them to create a party next to our organization that will actually concentrate on animal rights.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, you get a round of applause.
Yes.
You see it? Yeah.
Fits your poster
and
really
keep
well.
in touch. Keep in touch. There are many people who can support you. Yeah. Next, Vanessa. Hello.
Hello. Yes, Vanessa from Animal Welfare Party in the UK. So lots of food for thought today. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, the question about what action is needed in your country, or what is your takeaway? Obviously, I don't want to rehash all the policies the Animal Welfare Party has promoted over the years, but some things that I just think are worth saying again. Obviously, we talked about subsidies for animal farming, and I think most of the parties in our movement, we've long called for those subsidies to be redirected into plant-based and organic farming. And it's obviously apparent that at least we need the subsidies into animal farming to stop and be redirected. I think also crucial is our government's committing not to spend public funds on food products or ingredients that we know cause problems for society later down the line. And I would include within that, we need to look at the meals we provide for children in schools, and to also have conversations with children in schools about why eating plant-based food is necessary going forwards for them to have a planet that's habitable by the time they reach adulthood. And one thing that it struck me as we were talking today is just that we need politicians to walk the talk on this. There is a lot of talk about how we're going to meet our obligations, and yet very little action. And two areas that were apparent to me, the UK recently hosted the G7, and yet all the food that was served there was either fish or meat. And we've obviously got COP26 coming up in Glasgow, and for the organisers of that event to be serving anything other than plant-based foods, it doesn't make sense to me. So when we say we need them to, walk the talk, there at that event, they have to show they understood, they understand the urgency of the matter, and from this point onwards, that kind of behaviour is socially unacceptable. That would be my takeaway.
Fully agree, right?
Yes, we couldn't agree less. More. Yeah, thank you, Vanessa. Another familiar face.
Hello,
Hi, Peter.
Hello, everyone. My name is Peter. I'm from Belgium, from Dieren. My biggest takeaway of the day is having heard during Kees Kruithoff's presentation that, in fact, if we get honest about the cost of food production, that it's not even necessary to subsidize plant-based. So that's something really I didn't realize that. So that's a very nice takeaway today. To answer the question, so as what action is needed in our country specifically with regards to the food system, I think it's obvious. Our politicians, if they take decisions, they think a lot about money and about cost. So if they would get honest about the cost of food production, the first thing they have to do is to end all subsidies for animal farming and for intensive agriculture. So that's very important. And then the second thing which surprised me in the presentations was during the presentation on ecocides. I overheard at one moment that apparently in Belgium there is already some receptivity for the concept of ecocide. So there I would really invite our Belgian politicians to become world leaders in implementing ecocide into Belgian legislation. So that's what I want to say to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who's next? Siegfried or Jasmin?
Hello. Yes.
Yes.
Siegfried.
Okay.
Hi.
Hello. Yes, I'm actually also from the Dieren Partij in Belgium, but I've also been active in Chile, and I moved to Hong Kong last year, where I'm also quite active in, I would say, grassroots activities. So, for example, we set up, a friend of mine, a Canadian friend of mine and I, we set up a WhatsApp group with about 150 international members. We have a Facebook group and everything else. And so there's a lot of grassroots activity going on. And I think everything that everyone here in this realm is doing, including what Case is doing, is extremely important. And I think we have to do this at all levels with all kinds of people, the older generation who doesn't get it yet, and especially the younger generation. I think we have to go into schools. This is something that I'll be trying as well here in Hong Kong. There are people like Case here in Hong Kong who are doing amazing things, just showing people that you can actually have, let's say, alt protein food products that are equally cheap as pork, for example. David Young of Green Monday is doing this. So I think everything that everyone's doing is good and is necessary at all levels. And I think many of us will feel that we're not doing enough. But I think what we can do, everything we can do is good. So I just think that we all need to do our share. Like for me, the WhatsApp group where we help people switch to a plant-based diet. But there's so many different ways of doing this. And so I just invite everybody to just keep on doing what you're doing in every way you can.
Yeah, I can imagine that in Hong Kong at the moment, given the political situation, it's really a challenge to be politically active.
Well, yes, of course, but I think this conversation is not about politics in Hong Kong, at least.
No.
What we found was, because we often go to, I actually prefer a whole food plant-based diet, but we do often go to Green Common, which is a restaurant that offers vegan food, which is getting better and better and also cheaper and cheaper. And so we see that I would say 90% of the people there are just omnivores, and they're getting used to eating this. And they say, even our own kids, they get used to eating plant burgers and everything else. And so after a while, actually it's just basically lead by example. You know, I tend to proselytize a little bit, try to convince people, but each has a role to play. And so if you just lead the way, people, like for example in my case, I lost a lot of weight, became very active, like in trail running and everything, and people see that and they go like, oh, what's his secret? And then I say, well, it's plant foods. And then people start changing that. And so, like, for example, in my case, I have quite a few runners that I know who changed after they found out, oh, you can actually run ultra marathons better with a plant-based food diet because of a better recovery and less inflammation. So it's not on a political level that it plays yet. It's more on a commercial level and habits.
Thank you very much.
I think we have time for one more. Because we're close to 3. I see. I don't see your name, but I see you.
Hi, I'm Yasmin Gersma.
Hi.
Hi, Yasmin.
Great to be. I'll keep it short. I was actually at a different summit last couple of days. It was a UN Food Systems Summit Science Days. And it was so great to be here, because here you just see how everyone gets it, and how we need to change to a more plant-based diet and everything. And there, during the talks, it was clear that they did understand it too. But when you were looking at the audience, it was clear how much lobbying there was still going on with the dairy industry and from the meat industry. And that's why I think we need to make enough noise so we're heard as well.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Thank you. All right, I think the time's up for the interactive part. It was really nice, though, to see your faces and to talk with you. I hope we get the chance tomorrow to do that a bit more. I have just some final things to say before we close. this kind of ends up the conference program for today. For the people joining via social media, it really ends. For the people who are joining via the conference platform, we will have a pub quiz after this. So I hope you have some time and you stay, because I think it will be a lot of fun. Stay. Please also don't forget, if you haven't done so yet, to register for the masterclasses for tomorrow, final call, and sign the petition, the Food Revolution petition. The link has been shared, it's on the platform, it's in the chat, and you should also be able to find it in the comments of the social media channels. So that wraps it up. We start tomorrow at 9:30, and we hope all of you will be joining us again.
Yeah, so please stay for the pub quiz, because we are really looking forward to it, and get competition going. And see you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.